dragons did.
Listen to the official Game of Thrones podcast, House of the Dragon, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
No one appreciates the American dream as much as Romanian immigrant Mitch Floria. He arrived with just $300 in his pocket, started Art of Granite, now serves the entire Front Range and mountain communities. A direct stone importer who passes wholesale prices on to his customers for all countertops. Completed in just 2 weeks, including quartz. Bathroom free when you have the kitchen done. Tear out and haul away free. Get a price on the phone, 303-386-5919. theartofgranite.com.
Do you know what people see when they Google you? Search engines don't always get it right. And when they're wrong, it's your reputation on the line. So what do you do when you don't agree with your search results? Call Reputation Defender at 800-401-6681. Reputation Defender by Norton is one of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. We have over a decade of experience in fixing people's search results, and we can help you too. Using cutting-edge approaches, Reputation Defender pushes unflattering information down to lower pages of your search results, where few people ever look. We also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, letting you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. You owe it to yourself to take control.
He's your client. So when is the fund going to be opened?
Troubleshooter show. What is your first name? Oh, hi, Joe. How are you doing today? I did. You're ready for the first 2 hours and the lot. I will let you, I will give you a heads up. I think it's at 10:15, but I'm a little new to your life, so let me figure that out.
Oh, yeah. And you want them to.
Guaranteed pension account. I'll tell him. Hang on.
Yeah, FINRA, right. Yeah. It's like when Financial Industry Reporting Agency. There was a thing on the news last night about people getting scammed and romance scams, talking people into investing in crypto and losing all their money. I have like one of my friend's sons likes to play around, so I gave him a couple thousand, which went to zero pretty quickly.
Oh, it did?
I mean, it's losing a lot of money.
What is it worth right now?
No, they want to get more. I said, just call me when it's back in positive territory.
It's called Lori.
No, you don't.
Okay, look at
I'm
this.
not allowed to advertise the fund either. It's on the account.
I know you like, what's her name?
You do it through
Hello.
dinners and meetings.
So how do you let people know about it?
Dinners and meetings, private. You can't do it mass. I don't have to know the people, but, it's like, you know how these investment guys have dinners?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I mean, it's the greatest fucking I ever did. I mean,
Sure, I can send him Ian's number.
this kid, this is once in a life. This guy's a Jeffrey Epstein without the perversion.
Wow.
Yep. Ian, whatever his name is, yeah, no, you are the first person to approach me about that.
Well, like I said, I paid, I'm just doing it with, I don't have any qualified money with it because I'm not allowed to yet until it's registered. Even my own money I can't put in there yet.
Yeah, because I'm
I mean,
all
I
good.
put
I got
my
my
own
stuff
private
paid.
after-tax money. But so I'm paying so much in tax on
Because it
that.
fell off a plan.
But it'll be, after all these years, it's going to be
Back.
the biggest thing
You rock.
I've done.
Yep, Mike.
this guy, Alex Cruz. I left 2 messages. You took $22,000 out of the $70,000.
Okay, you know, our weather girls and stuff, they got their cute little dresses, you know what I mean? Yeah, they look nice. Look at this girl. She's for real.
Okay.
She looks like she's
I have
wearing a
sewer
nightgown
gases
or
coming
The new
something.
stuff from
It's like,
Target.
I was,
Yeah, and it's because we don't use this house, so I don't know
Pomona.
how you keep
this
those
is the
drains
weather
from
girl in Nashville. And
emptying
you
out.
know our weather
I gotta
girls,
ask.
they're all,
Oh, yeah.
you know what I mean? They're all
Oh, yeah, for
got
sure.
their dresses on, and they look really nice and
That's
stuff.
what I'm gonna do.
The Nashville weather. I look like she came to work in her PJ.
Yeah.
How have you been?
I've been good.
Good.
Do you have an extra pen in here?
Probably.
I walked out of the house without my notebook today,
Always
and
have pens and usually.
not in the back room. Well, I didn't look in the closet or in the. Thanks, just in case I need to make a note. I should text my buddy that lives down there.
Like, what's wrong with your weather girl?
Yeah.
Is anyone complaining?
I'll text him as soon as I go back in the studio.
Do you want me to send you the picture?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay, let me edit it. Stop it.
Somebody gave this person she met online $400,000 to invest in crypto.
That is so sad.
But
Yeah, I hardly look at what's her name, but I sure like her voice.
sometimes the person is to blame.
Oil's back on KNUS. This is a headline. Saturday program from 9
Okay, now I gotta go through and see
He's
who
doing the
made,
Saturday program.
who made the show, because there were 28 freaking messages. I think Kelly's not checking the right place. Just saying.
Little wrapped around the axle.
Well, this is like 4 days worth. How come you must have me turn down. Am I 4? 5?
I do not remember.
There I am.
We are adjusting our pricing, little Stuart. Adjusting how much
What's that?
up?
What? What?
Oh, okay. We are adjusting our prices. It's going up another $20 a month. Please ask for it, 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 ask for it.
Peter Boyles. Let me get him. This is going to be fun.
God, I hate it.
Including me.
Well, I mean, there's collateral. Is, what's his nuts here today?
He is here.
Oh, that's my dryer.
He'll be here before too long.
Doing what he's telling you is a Zoom call. A telehealth call. That's why I have to fill this first.
Oh. So you remember to turn that down for me.
Yeah.
Whenever we go on the air, just turn it
Yep,
down and
she
up.
did.
Yeah. And you don't have to turn it to 0, but just down so it doesn't echo. Let me see. This hour brought to you by. What should I do? I got production to do today. Become.
I watched this great thing you might be interested in. It's called Dope Sick. It's the story of this.
Yeah, you told me.
Hey, Shannon, can you hear me?
It's a sack of.
When police response times are getting longer and longer, what's the fix? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Well, come running just can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, and I welcome you to the only show ever of its kind where what we do is get on and get directly involved in your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what we do. We solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. And there are a lot of ripoffs from time to time we discover and we warn people about. We learn so much. I love doing it. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. And I'm going to make a pledge to you. I will never, now listen carefully, I will never advertise a product or service on this show that I personally do not believe in. If ever there are problems, we want to hear about it. And, of course, everyone's going to have a problem from time to time with scheduling, labor, all that. But I'm talking about, real problems that can't be solved. We want to know about for sure. And then the ones that can be solved, we'll solve. Real CBD, that's Panacea Life Sciences. And CBD is a wonderful product. Finally, the stigma's off and it's legal all over the country. They're right here in Golden. You can even get a cosmetic line with anti-inflammatory properties. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Welcome to the show. Let's go to the phones. And let's talk to Lawrence. And, God, this is sad. This story pisses me off. But we went to war yesterday. It's called going to war. And you want to describe what that is, Mark? What does it mean when Mark says, light them up? What do you mean by that, Mark?
Well, that's when we ask for listeners' help. Sometimes we have to have people get involved to get the outcome we're looking for.
Well said. Now, what that means is, Mark, I always say this. Reviews are important. Businesses love them. Legit reviews are important. So what I feel is we're doing a public service when we do what I call is a live review. In other words, we call up and tell the company how we feel and why we feel that way. Well, let me just tell you the case of Lawrence, a decorated veteran, disabled. His wife's in a nursing home. He gets scammed out of $40,000. But now part of it was his fault, but he admitted that. But here's the bottom line. On this problem, he called and he said, I need to cancel this wire. My son suspects fraud. He had wired $40,000, which he thought was an overage that they paid him. Make a long story short, if anyone ever says we overpaid you, you got to send us a refund, blah, 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 call us first, okay? But in this case, he was trying to be an honest, good man, and he wired $40,000 to these people. He calls the bank, and Larry, you called the bank how many hours after that?
Less than 8 hours.
Okay, and they said to you, we'll take care of it, sir, right?
I talked to the fraud department, and I asked them to call Chase and stop it, and they didn't do it. But I have some really good news.
Okay, you hold on, though. Hold on, Larry. This is called background first. Now, you called within 8 hours, and it was USAA, and they admit, they sent you an email saying, uh-oh, we didn't do it in time, right, Larry? And then they offered what? That they were going to make this a coaching moment?
That is correct.
Now, we went berserk on this. We have an email, what I call a smoking gun. We have someone who admitted not stopping the payment. Now, admittedly, you authorized the wire, but you then stopped it. Deputy Smarty Pants got on this. I got on this. We all got on this. We put out the numbers and the emails and said, be polite, don't be vulgar. Let them know you heard about it on the Tom Martino Show. Sergeant, isn't it Sergeant Larry? You're a sergeant, right, Larry? Retired?
That's Sergeant. Yes, I am.
Sergeant Larry Maitland, we said, or Mallon, we said, take care of this man. What happened?
Well, I checked my bank last night at about 10 o'clock, and guess what was in the bank?
Oh, Larry, make me happy. Tell me.
$40,000.
God, thank God. Larry!
Not only did they give me back my $40,000, Tom, they even reversed me my $20 that I paid to have the wire sent.
You know, Larry, I have to say something. I'm serious. I'm almost brought to tears by this. Not only are you a veteran and you worked your ass off, you're 72, your wife's in a nursing home, this is your life savings. This is your life savings. And these scammers targeted you. The bank came through finally. Now, I'm going to give them credit for that. I'd like to believe they were going to do it anyway. But, Larry, be careful.
I got an email from them. Can I read it real quick to you? It's not a very long one.
You sure can.
Our records indicate that the fraud was completed and reimbursed was placed on your account. The action was taken by the bank was corrected, and USA acted in accordance with the depository agreement disclosures. They went above and beyond. They really did. Once we got to the right person that understood that we were not talking about fraud, we were talking about them not doing what they were supposed to do with the wire transfer, they stepped up to the plate immediately, and they took care of it completely. USA did what they were supposed to do, and it just, people had to be explained why we were talking about it. It wasn't about the fraud. It was about them not doing what they were supposed to, and when they realized that, they stepped right up to the plate and took care of this. I can't say enough positive things about USA right now because they did what they were supposed to do once they realized what was going on. And I want to thank you for everything you did, and I appreciate all the help that you and Marty gave me. Don't think I could have got through this without y'all. It's been a rough 21 days, but I was able to, I guess what I'm telling people is you have to not give up. When you get scammed like this and something happens, you can't give it up. You got to keep fighting and keep knocking on doors till you hit the right door.
All right, listen.
We don't have a dinger big enough for this. This is awesome.
Hey, speak for yourself. We don't have a dinger big enough. Anyway, no, seriously, Larry, Sergeant, thank you for your service. I just think it's wonderful. I just think it's wonderful that this happened. And I do thank Marty. And, Larry, you stay in touch with us. Did you tell your son, Larry?
I called him last night. It was midnight where he's at, and woke him up to tell him that, guess what, I just got the money back. So, yeah, I did call him.
Good. Now, is your son in the military?
No, my son works for the FBI.
Ah! What, are you kidding me? You had a connection there you could have pulled.
No, he won't do that kind of stuff. He does not do that. He does not,
I know. What does he, hey, just out of curiosity, what does he do for the FBI?
He's a cyber analyst intelligence supervisor.
And did you guys ever talk about this Mar-a-Lago thing?
No, he doesn't talk about anything.
Okay.
Any business that he has, we do not talk about. I have no idea.
Well, if anyone was going to recognize fraud, it's your son.
And he knew it was fraud right away. That's why he told me to get off the phone and do what I did.
Well, okay, Larry, thanks. And that's great news. Okay, thank you. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to, now, Shannon, have some respect. This is a big case. We need a big dinger. And I have it. So, please, did you pull out my dinger? You gotta sound it.
He's reaching for it.
He's reaching for it, okay. Shouldn't be hard to find. It's right there.
He's got his magnifying glass out.
Hey, okay. Now, you ready? Hey, Shannon, are you like up? Have you had coffee, CBD, whatever?
Well,
what do you
Mark
need?
hit me with some June stuff that I needed to work on, so sorry, doing something else.
Okay, so do you have my dinger? I'm gonna, I wonder if I played it from here, if it would come over the microphone. I wonder. What do you think? I could try. Hold on. Where's my dinger here? I haven't.
That's a huge one though. 40K.
No, that really is good. Okay, here's what I want to. Oh, I can't turn this up because I have my YouTube. Hold on. Can I mute my YouTube? Yeah, I can mute my YouTube. Good. Then I can turn up my volume. Let me play a game here. I'm doing this live on the air. Sorry, folks. Hey, my microphone's coming through. Hold on. Okay. This got to be worth it. We've got to be, because I can't depend on, every time I need a dinger, if I depend on Shannon, I'd never have a dinger. All right, ready? Here we go. See if you can hear it. Or listen if you can hear it. Did that come through?
And it actually very well represents you.
Oh, good. All right. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Are you thinking about selling your home? With Orchard, you can skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and go straight to getting an all-cash offer. It's simple. Once Orchard determines your home value, they make you a cash offer. Then, when Orchard sells your home for more than they paid you for it, you keep all the profit. If you're ready to maximize your earnings on your old home, Orchard. Visit Orchard.com and see how you can get an all-cash offer today. Orchard. It's the new way to home.
So, I want to talk to Joe Chiano right now. Joe Chiano is our expert on retirement plans, especially when it comes to creating income, we like to say, for life. And Joe, what is the best scenario for using an annuity, a guaranteed pension for life? And by the way, we're not talking about annuities that have a lot of upfront cost and a lot of surrender. We're talking about income for life. When's the best time to get involved?
Well, you know what, Tom, that's a great question. I think people that need to get involved are people that are really afraid of losing money in their retirement accounts. That means that they could have a 401k, they could have an IRA, they could have a brokerage account, or just money sitting around at the local bank that is not making any money for them. And people that have money on retirement accounts like a 401k or IRAs, they're concerned about losing their money. So those are the people, that's the best scenario for people to really take action right now. Take the action right now and actually switch those accounts to the retirement pension account. And like you said, it's a very low-cost account which guarantees. This is a beautiful part about it, Tom. It guarantees an income that they will never be able to outlive. I mean, that means that their income is set for life.
You know, Joe, I like the idea. We all know a 401k or a pension or a SEP or an IRA. That's tax-free money, or money we put away tax-free right now. And, you know, we pay on income later on, but here's the thing. We all know that money is accumulating value, but it goes up and down and up and down. Once you put it in an annuity, you lock it in. Isn't that right?
That is absolutely right. I mean, the money's locked up.
It can only grow.
Don't worry about the stock. It can only grow. That is right. It can only grow, and that's what people want to do today with their money, Tom. I mean, they want to be safe.
And then when you turn on the income switch, you have income for life. That's Joe Chiano. He'll be on the show discussing this and more. And that is mymoneymyway.com, mymoneymyway.com. Okay, while we're talking about finances, let's talk about this liquid loan. I love the liquid loan because it's a very standard, it's a very easy concept. And what it is a 30-year line of credit. That's what it is. It can be borrowed against or paid down at will. In other words, what you do is you decide when to pay the principal and how much to pay the principal, or if you want to pay the principal. If you're only going to be there 3 to 5 years, just pay interest, keep your payments low. If you change your mind, you want to stay there, you can pay $1,000 or $5,000 or $50,000, whatever you want. And if a couple weeks later you need the money back, you can borrow it back. It's totally liquid. I love the idea. If you make a steady payment, you'll pay it off way quicker than an ordinary loan. It is a wonderful thing to have. TheLiquidLoan.com. Find out more at Affordable Interest Mortgage, 720-895-0500. 720-895-0500.
What is Mike Lester, fiduciary financial advisor and founder of Talon Wealth, keeping it on?
Can you hear me?
I'm here.
Hey,
Yep.
Tommy, I don't think Kelly's checking the right voicemails. I had 28 voicemails from over the weekend.
Holy crap,
And
Oli.
she told me yesterday she checked voicemails. I'm wondering if she's checking the wrong number, so I emailed
Fire her ass.
Oh, yes, you know it. Isn't
Yeah.
she wonderful?
You'd have to fire her twice.
You'd have to fire her twice. How did it go? Did everything go good while we were gone?
Yeah, it was fine. I love your picture. It was cute.
Oh, you saw it. Oh, you saw it. You get on the Facebook.
That's cute. That was a nice photo.
I showed it to him. He doesn't know about Facebook.
I know about Facebook. I know about Instagram. I'm hip. I know about Snapchat.
Show him, hey, Ken, show him Addie's thank you note I just put on my Facebook this morning. Tom, it's hysterical. My God. Oh, she sent me and Mark a thank you note, and she's hilarious.
It's critical to get this information before the dollar.
Did she start classes?
Oh, yeah, she's a weekend.
Does she love it?
I think it's a lot right now. I think she's missing home a little bit. She's coming home this weekend.
9898 to get your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation or purchase required. Take action.
Hey, Mark, it says I was able to send you the whole 115 meg file via email. Let's see what happens.
What does the political landscape look like heading into the midterm?
And then when you get a chance, see if you can pull it up on this computer. Because, man, that'd make my life easier.
Yeah, and then what would you do? Edit it there, maybe?
No, I don't care where I can edit.
630 KHOW,
an iHeart radio station.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. WaterPros.net gives me all the drinking water I want right at the kitchen sink for under $1,000, fully installed. I love WaterPros. You will too. I'm telling you, it's the best water system, triple filter reverse osmosis. Only, listen, under $1,000 fully installed. You don't get this anywhere. WaterPros.net, 303-862-5554, 862-5554. Hey, so... as you heard, we have Joe Chiano with us. We'll go over that. And then we have Deputy Doc is going to give us an update on a guy that's a scumbag. First, I want to take Shailene, or I think it's Shailene or Shailene. Shailene. Okay, Shailene. Let's talk about Car Hop. What's Car Hop?
Car Hop is the used car dealership.
Okay, what happened?
That's also Cabana.
Okay, and what happened with there, Shailene?
So with Car Hop, I then found out about when I just purchased my car just in July. They basically overcharged me. So they're sending,
now you bought. What did you buy? What did you buy?
I bought a 2007 Chevy Trailblazer.
Okay, and what do you mean they overcharged you?
So if I could send the pictures of the car, they basically told me this car is worth $14,000.
And you
it
believed
wasn't even
it?
cleaned when I received it.
Okay, so what did you pay for it?
I put $1,500 down, and they took 3 payments out of my bank account. So now my bank account is wiped.
But what I need to know is, when you bought the car, you knew what the purchase price was, right? What was the purchase price?
No, he didn't go over that, actually.
Well, of course you do. Wait, Shailene, when you buy a car, what do you mean they don't go over it? You knew there was a purchase price, right?
Correct.
Did you know what the purchase price was?
No.
Okay. I'm finding, now, I do want to help you, so don't, keep that in mind. But I really have to ask some hard questions. You went and bought a car and had no idea how much you were paying for it.
Right.
What if it was $100,000?
It shouldn't be that much for how this car looks.
But Shailene, what I'm saying to you is, this is the truth, and I want people listening. That man, whoever sold you that car, could put any price they want. You don't know what the purchase price. I mean, did you wonder what you were paying for the car?
I was hoping it was around like $9,000.
You were hoping. But wait, did you ever ask how much is this car?
My mom did. She was with me.
Okay.
But she said it was too much for how much the actual value of that car was, for it to be old and how it looked.
And what were the terms of this purchase? What were the terms?
A 7-day warranty with their, let me see.
What I'm saying is this. Here's what I'm asking. How much down and how much payments? What were the terms? You had a contract. Do you have a copy of the contract, the purchase contract?
Yes.
Could you send that to us?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Shailene, how much did you put down?
I put $1,500 down on it.
Okay. Now, You put $1,500 down, and what were the payments going to be?
My payments was $196 every month.
And how long were you going to pay $196?
Let me open this up.
You know what? I think we should go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. For 60 months, going into next year of November.
But then you would be paid after 60 months?
Yeah.
Okay. So you do know the price. If you work that out, you're going to know the price. It's $1,500 plus 196 times 60. Right? So okay. Now what I'm asking you is, are you saying that the car is defective?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're paying for the car, if I'm doing the math right, it's hard to do it in my head. You're paying about $13,200 for that car. Is that what you get, Mark? About $13,000.
Yep.
Okay. Now, how much is that car worth?
The car is worth around $6,000, $7,000. Just looking it up with the defects on Kelly Blue Book.
Okay, and are there problems with the car?
Yep. Now there's check engine light keep coming on and everything. Now I'm just driving it.
But you understand, if you overpaid for that car, that's not fraud.
Right.
You understand it's a mistake.
Right.
Now, how much will it cost to get that car fixed?
I can't even tell you. It's always a new problem every time one thing's fixed.
Who fixes it?
Sheridan Auto Tech.
You went to Sheridan. Okay. Do we have permission to talk to him about the car? I want to call him and see if he can talk to us about the car. And I want you to hold on, all right? Just hang on. Also, Suze...
What kind of car is it?
It's she told me it's a Chevy Tahoe, and it's a 2000 a Trailblazer, a 2007 Chevy Trailblazer car hop, $1,500 down, $196 for 60 months. So the total payments are $13,000. And here's what I need to know though: how bad is it?
Well, forget about. Wait a minute. You mean total payments are $13,000?
No, total payments plus the $1,500 come to $13,000.
Well, how much is the cost without the interest?
We don't know, Mark. She doesn't know the purchase price. I'm having her send the contract to Suze, and then we'll figure it out, because something's wrong. But part of it's on Shaylin. She actually doesn't even know the purchase price. Think about that. Think about it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want you to listen to these things so we can take care of people and you don't make the same mistake. You would be surprised. There are people that buy cars on trust. They think it's worth what they're paying, or they don't even know what they're paying. They're just happy they can get financed. It's unbelievable. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. I've said a lot when I say that, because that is a great company. They are actually factory authorized for most of these doors around Denver, and most companies are not. One Clear Choice Doors will give you full prices on the website. Go right now, oneclearchoicedoors.com, for openers, any part of the door, the whole door. I've used them a lot. 720-370-3987.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast. Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver metro this morning, though not perfect. Into downtown, I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds. Northwest from there, I-76 westbound between Pecos and Tennyson. Construction in the left lane with about 3 minutes of delays for drivers as crews work to fill in a major pothole this morning. Otherwise, a pretty standard drive throughout town for this time of day. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, dry and mostly sunny skies today, but hot out there with a high of 92, overnight low of 60, and tomorrow chance of scattered thunderstorms. The current temperature in Denver is 76. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Samuel Colt was an American inventor, industrialist, and businessman who brought us the gun that won the West, the revolver. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, Ideal Home Loans is a mortgage company that's still here and going strong for you. A lot of mortgage companies have slipped away because rates went up. But you know what? Ideal knows you still have to buy houses. And if you are, you can get a great loan from Ideal with no middlemen. And get this, they have the cash buyer program. They'll write a cash contract in your name to get your contract to go to the top of the heap. They also do refinancing for those who have to refinance high-interest debt, where a refinance still pays off. Call them, idealhomeloans.com, 303-867-7000.
Hi, this is David Nestor, owner of Urban Lights, Denver's largest.
I'll tell him. That's hilarious, Mike. Bye. Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
Now I gotta figure out.
Steve, in a sentence or less, what would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today? Oh, okay. What's your suggestion? Okay. Get a better dinger. Okay, I will text Tom your suggestion. I think he'll love that idea. Okay. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Okay, man. Thank you. I'll tell him. Bye. That's funny. Uh, 303-455. Is it 455-7242? Shoot. Yeah, it is. Kevin? Hey, it's Suze with Martino. How you doing? Not a lot of, just getting back from our, been out of town for the last few days. I got a lady holding, it's a car hop warranty issue, says your Aurora store has a hold of it right now. She's complaining about car hop. I don't know if that's something you can help with and chime in, because Tom wanted me to get you guys on the horn over the car. But I know you're usually down at Colfax, so. Do you, sure. You want to text me? Okay. It's a, yeah. It is a 2007 Chevy Trailblazer. And her name is Shaylin, but I don't know. Oh. Okay, sweet, man. I'll talk to you real soon. Bye. Troubleshooter Show, please hold. Kevin Culkin. Looking into line one car. Oh, let's see. What color can I make this so Tommy sees it? How about a bright pink, purple? There. Ooh. He sees it. There we go. Oh, Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Hi, Heidi. What would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today? Oh, okay. Let me do this. Hang on just a second here. .com, Wills. Wills and probate. Okay. Let me do this. Let me give you David Salisbury's number. Are you ready? 720-493. Oh, sorry. Yes, Heidi.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, GarageMagic.com, guaranteed for life. And they will service the entire front range to do your beautiful garage floors, pool decks, patios, walkways, GarageMagic.com. Hey, so did you get the contract for Shaylin? I'd like to know what's going on, and I'm not sure we can do anything about it, but I'd like to talk to Kevin Calkin over at Sheridan Auto Tech.
Tom, Kevin's looking into the car right now, and he's going to get right back to us,
Good.
and I'll get that contract here in a minute.
Excellent.
Let's light this guy up while we have time.
All right, now, Deputy Doc wants to talk about this guy, and let's go back to the original call. What did the guy call about, Doc?
Okay, Mary Ann called up. She had signed a contract with Cruz Restoration and Remodeling.
For she paid $20,000.
She paid $22,000 on a $70,000 contract in October. According to Mary Ann, he took the money and never came back. I've attempted several times to get in touch with Alex Cruz, and he hasn't gotten in touch with me or with Mary Ann.
And you wanted to tell him about the Contractors Trust Act.
I left a message, and I told him about the Contractors Trust Act, and he has ignored us and his customer. So we need to call this guy up. His name is Alex Cruz.
Alex?
Cruz, C-R-U-Z. His number is 303-523-1924.
Okay,
and
folks.
again, we always recommend you be polite. Don't curse at him. Don't scream.
But let him know that we know about him, and we're going to let everyone know about him, and then we're going to hand this over to the district attorney because this is a crime. If he kept money knowingly.
Hey, Doc, did he do any work?
According to her, no.
Well, that could
Well,
be
actually,
as a thief.
around $1,000.
Okay.
I don't know what he did, but she said he did about $1,000 worth of work. I don't
But
know.
he kept $22,000, Mark.
Jeez. Yeah. Do we have a picture of this guy? This needs to be Sleaze Brigade. We need to get a picture of him. Maybe.
Well, let's see if our audience can make a few phone calls. Be polite. Tell him that you heard about it and that we'd like to hear from him, or at least he can call up his client, Mary Ann, and discuss it with her.
Yeah, we need to get this done. This guy has to be out of business. You imagine taking $22,000 and doing hardly anything. How many times do we hear this? How many times? That's why you need to call us. And also, go to referralist.com. 303-713-TALK is our number. 303-713-8255. Now, Joe Ciano's with us, and he has the website mymoneymyway.com, and we talked about a guaranteed pension. Now, obviously, here's how it works. You either pay monthly while you're younger until you get older, you fund it, and then turn on the income. It only grows. It cannot go down. It ratchets up. It's guaranteed. And then you get a paycheck. The more in, the more out. But, Joe, this is a question we get all the time. If I have a qualified plan with a lump sum in there, say 300, I don't know, 150, 200, 300. By the way, just so you want to know, the average amount people retire with, what do you think it is? What do you think?
172,000.
120,000 is, it's called, no, it's a study of the balances for 401ks. People 55 to 64. The median, not the average, the median, meaning the middle, is 120,000.
That does not include, though, or I am assuming that doesn't include the equity they built in their house?
No, this is their retirement fund only, the 401k or IRA. Their balances, the median balance for people right now, 55 to 64, have $120,000. Now, take the 120, the median. And Joe, I get this question all the time. If I put 120 in the bank and draw it down, or in something that makes just a few percentage, what's the difference between that and an annuity? Can I just draw my own money out and use it?
Well, Tom, that's a great question. And you know what? You're absolutely right. It's 120,000 is the average retirement account balance that people have today. But with the guaranteed pension account that we have, it's not like a bank account where you're going to just get menial interest rate and just hardly grow your money. This guaranteed pension account will make sure that your money grows to a sizable fund, and you can have an income that would be respectable enough to help you retire for the rest of your life without having to worry about anything.
Now, if you put that average amount away, I did the math, 120, and you're 65, and you live to 85, that's 20 years. That's $500 a month, just drawing it down. So if you compared that to a comparable annuity with 120,000, I don't know what it would be, Joe. I mean, but I'm saying that's what this person is doing. They're doing the math. They're saying, okay, Tom, what if I just have 120? They didn't say 120. They said a retirement amount. I took 120 because it was the median. And so you take the 120 and you divide it by, you figure 20 years from 65, maybe shorter, maybe longer. But if they live 20 years from 65, 75, 85, now you take it and it's $500 a month. Would an annuity do better than that?
Well, absolutely. And if you want to, I can figure that out, Tom, and I can let you know shortly. You don't have to compute it. But I can tell you right now that the guaranteed pension account, number one, will actually give that person a 15% bonus. Think about that. It used to be 9%. That company just increased it to 15%. So immediately, their $120,000 will be increased by 15% day one.
So they're making money on that. Yeah.
That alone will actually, escalate the monthly payout for the rest of their lives.
Well, yeah, because you have 120. If you have 120,000 going in, and you're telling me that on day one they get a bonus of what, 18 grand?
18, yeah, whatever that to 15% is, right?
Yeah.
15% of 120,000. I mean, that's
$18,000.
18,000. So then they effectively have 138,000 in. And does that start growing from day one? That 138,000.
Absolutely, day one, guaranteed. They cannot lose it, just like you said earlier. They cannot lose any money. Period. Our clients have never lost a dime.
Now, obviously, if you draw money down, that's it, and then it's done. And also, there's no guarantee. There's no cost of living increase on that. But anyway, that's just a thought that somebody asked, and you answered. Also, it's growing every year, and that growth goes into your account. So this is the difference. Now, let's talk to Jim. He has a solar question. Jim, what's going on?
I hired a solar company a year ago, end of June.
Now, who was this that you hired?
Do you want me to say their name? Total Energy Solutions.
Now, did they come to your door or what? How'd you find them?
Yeah. Okay. I live in the middle of nowhere, so I needed power, and
wait, you're on the grid though, right?
No.
You're off the grid?
No. Off the grid. I'm in the middle of nowhere here.
How do you get power before solar?
I have been running generators, and I've been through quite a few of them.
Okay. Now, when you say the middle of nowhere, where are you?
I am outside of Lamar, about 10 miles.
Okay. Okay, so you hired them in June to put solar on your home that's off the grid.
Yes.
All right, hold on, and we'll come back to you. This sounds interesting to me. Wow. This is going to be something, so hang on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What happens when you live off the grid? Wow, we should ask them questions on that because that alone is interesting. Gutter Helmet will reinforce your gutters and keep them clean. GutterHelmetDenver.com. Multi-patented product guaranteed for life. 303-298-8888. GutterHelmetDenver.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by The Truth with Lisa Booth podcast.
Easy driving throughout the Denver metro this morning, though not perfect. Heading into downtown, I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds. Northwest from there in Adams County area, I-76 westbound between Pecos and Tennyson. Construction and pothole repair in the left lane with about 9 minutes of congestion for drivers. Otherwise, easy driving throughout town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today, dry out there and hot with a high of 92 degrees. Overnight low of 60 degrees, chance of scattered thunderstorms tomorrow. The current temperature in Denver is 78. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
What does the political landscape look like heading into the midterm elections? We're going to ask Robert Kahali of the Trafalgar Group, who has a history of getting things right. Don't miss The Truth with Lisa Booth every Monday and Thursday and throughout the week on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're looking for a really good loan in these uncertain times, the liquid loan may be just the ticket. First and foremost, you get to choose how to pay it back. That's right. You can have a fixed payment if you want. You fix it. Pay whatever principal and interest you want. You'll pay it off quicker than a normal loan. Or you can pay interest only if you're only going to be there a few years. Or you can do a lump sum on the principal whenever you want, however you want. Now, let's say that you decide you need the money back. You can borrow it back. It's totally liquid. You borrow it and you pay it back. Or you just keep borrowing it. 30 years, simple interest. Now, here's the other deal. Every dollar you keep in the bank for normal bills counts against that balance, meaning it earns the same amount of interest to offset. Find out more at theliquidloan.com, affordable interest mortgage, theliquidloan.com, and that is 720-895-0500. You want some free legal advice? BlakeHarrisLaw.com. He will answer your questions free of charge. And if you want to have something done like a will or a trust or a beneficiary deed or whatever you need, he will take care of it for you, and he will do it on flat rate pricing quoted up front. BlakeHarrisLaw.com. Ask all of your questions. The answers are free. 833-ASK-BLAKE. You know, Joe Lazaro will do a free initial consultation if you're in trouble. He's a criminal defense attorney coming up this weekend. I urge you, do not drink and drive. Get a designated driver. Use rideshare or taxis. Joe Lazaro is there for people who don't listen. Joe Lazaro is there for people falsely accused. Joe Lazaro is there for any number of people. One thing is for sure, you never do it alone. Don't shop under pressure. I've done the shopping for you. 303-429-6200. Put that name and number away. I hope you never need it. Joe Lazaro, 303-429-6200.
Do you feel like your feet are...
Tom?
Yes, yeah.
Two things. The first thing is Joe Chiano wanted me to tell him the guy's age, that you had a question on annuity so that he can calculate income.
Okay.
Do you know the guy's age?
Yeah, I mean, he was, hold on, let me get it.
Okay.
Right here, 55.
55. Okay, then the next thing is Kevin Culkin says they don't have a vehicle, a 2007 Trailblazer.
Well, they don't have it, you mean in their records anywhere?
Says we don't have a 2007 Trailblazer currently at Aurora. If you want to forward info...
No, we're not looking at currently. She had it there before, I think.
Oh.
How does he need to look it up? It's not there right now.
I didn't realize that because I was trying to drum up calls. So hang on a minute. Let me tell him that.
No.
Hey, I guess my bad. It's not there currently. You guys did do some warranty work on it, though. And I can give you the last name. Do you usually take the customer's last name, or do you put it under a car hop? Okay. I have the last 5 or 6. I have the VIN if you want some information from that as well. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Did you
5,
get
6.
the,
Okay, I got this.
Contract?
191399.
I was surprised
Okay.
that Howard was killed.
Oh, you can look it up in your own system there.
God, was I
Everything's.
surprised. This is just.
Yep.
This has nothing to do with it. There's no purchase.
Hey,
price.
Shannon.
None.
He did.
This is a
To
finance.
Become the Bankers yesterday. Live 30s. Can you send those to me?
Mark, I have a 30 for you. Mark.
Yes.
I have a 30 for you. I'm sending to you.
Okay.
Right now.
Yeah.
Tom, does yours have all the mistakes edited out?
And Mark, are you doing this for the vacation drive? Because I already have 2 in there.
No, it's for run a schedule.
Got it.
K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Renew Home Innovations. Listen to this. If you're doing that new shower, in place of that old ugly shower tub combo, you can get 72 months no interest financing. That's incredible, 72 months. Plus, you get half off installation labor. It's incredible. Renew Home Innovations for beautiful showers, custom made to your liking, so you can have it choreographed to your movements, and you can do a rectangle shower in place of that old tub shower. And by the way, it's 303-904-2000, renewhomeinnovations.com. Now listen, on this car hop issue, we looked at the contract. What she sent us is not a purchase contract. Mark, did you look at it? All it is a finance agreement.
It's just the truth in lending. We need to actually look at it. But look at that interest rate she's paying. That's big time. And then if you looked at some of the other ones, it looks like she hasn't made 2 or 3 payments.
Well, she said she's made all her payments, but what about that, Shaylin? Listen, bottom line, you also authorized a GPS so they can find the car, even disable it, for if you don't make your payments. So, have you missed any payments?
No, I haven't.
Good. Shaylin, that's not the purchase contract. Do you have a purchase contract anywhere?
Let me find out if they didn't give me one. Hold on.
And then I don't understand this text to her then. It says your payment posted on 8/12 for $196 returned by your bank. Since this is the second one in a row, you are no longer on auto payments. As soon as you get caught up, we can get you back up.
And Tom, I have Kevin Culkin on for you as well.
Okay, Kevin, did you look at her car? She said she took it to you, which is a smart move. SheridanAutotech.com. Kevin, what about the car? Any comments?
Well, I don't know about the specific car, but CarHop did approve they had some coolant problems, idle problems, things like that. They fixed, and then it came back in. It looks
CarHop actually paid for the repairs for her.
Thermostat housing, throttle body cleaning, things of that sort, yes.
Okay.
But they did have an estimate, looks like dated either yesterday or today, that was not approved. Something with the steering wheel lock and ignition key was not considered part of the warranty.
And how much was that?
Approximately $300.
Okay. So, Shaylin, but the car, did you make any notes on the condition of the car in general?
No, I don't have any of that info.
All right, Shaylin, we got a couple things going on here. First and foremost, you got some problems need to be fixed. That's common with a used car. How many miles? How many miles, Kevin?
I'm showing 168 and change.
Oh my God, 168,000 miles. Shaylin, Mark read something that you missed, or a payment was returned. That, in other words, the auto payment was denied by your bank.
Right.
So you did miss a payment.
No, I didn't. I went up to CarHop because I was going between CarHop and my bank.
Okay.
And they was like, well, we see there's a payment going towards CarHop. And I'm like, okay, so why didn't I not get it returned like it said on August 12th? I have my bank statement.
So are you, Shaylin, are you saying they did take the payment and they did not return it?
Yeah, they took the payment and then they took another payment July 29th. For the first month of me having the car. So I'm like, okay, so August is paid off. But they just sent me a message for August saying I'm 3 days past due. I'm like, how?
Wait a minute. On your bank statement, hold on. On your bank statement, you show a payment in July and you show another payment in August.
Right.
Yet they're telling you you still owe for August.
Yes.
Hold on. I'm going to have Deputy Doc call over there and try to straighten that out. He'll be calling you in a couple minutes here. Kevin Culkin, as always, thank you very much for being here.
Of course. Anytime.
All right. And then Joe Cano, coming back, I'd like to talk about drawing down a retirement plan as opposed to doing the annuity. And, of course, an annuity is safer and smarter, but people always ask that question. If I have a retirement account, can I just draw it down monthly? We'll talk about that and more coming up. 303-713-8255.
The Oak Ridge Boys. Front porch singing.
Out time.
Yeah, because I screwed it up.
Oh, okay.
What's
that?
What's her interest rate?
You were so interested in the show. I know. He gets spellbound.
Sue's here, you?
What? Hey, did my TV go up? Why did my TV go up? It's not supposed to. What's that, Sue?
Tell Suze to tell Shaylin to hang up.
Suze, he's going to call Shaylin.
Okay, I'm going to message the phone number. Shaylin, can Deputy Doc call you at this 720-939-0693 number? Okay, I'm going to hang up with you now so he can call you, okay? Okay, darling, bye. Da-da-da. Do-do-do.
You know,
Media, audio, commercials. Our lives become what? Wait a minute. Oh.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Annette, you said? Hi, Annette. In a sentence or less, what did you want to talk to Tom about on the show today? Okay. Okay, so you're safe. They didn't get your phone number or get your banking info. Can I have you come on and tell Tom and warn our listeners?
Life insurance policy with tax-free savings. Yes, tax-free when you follow.
Okay, we're just at break. He'll take you here. Yeah, and I think it's good because I think it's good to get the word out when we can so other listeners don't fall for it. So if you had a minute, great. But if you're busy, it's okay. It's up to you. Okay, I'll tell him. Yeah. Woo.
Good.
Looks.
Okay, how would you like to talk to Tommy again? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shoot, I don't know. I am the moron who runs the audience, so doing other stuff.
Ooh.
Can I have you talk to Suzanne?
Aye.
Because, she's on the phone right now, but just give her a minute to pick up.
Okay, got it. I will tell Tom and see if he can get the word out to our listeners. Thank you for the information. You have a really nice day. Bye-bye.
Good morning, Kate.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, he just updated at the top of the show today at 10 a.m. He got his $40,000 back, sir. Yep. Hallelujah. You take good care. Have a blessed day. Bye-bye. Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? I put it in chat, but I can give it to you over the phone. Oh, 720-93.
I knew that.
Back to Jim.
Back to Jim.
Yeah, solar issue.
Right.
Goodness. Tommy, I'm going to text you Addie's note. It's hilarious.
Oh, good.
So you'll have to tell me you read it. Hang on. She is so funny. I'll send it to Steph, too.
Was the name of that company Total Energy Solutions?
I think so.
In June?
I missed that part. I thought he said it had been a year.
Oh. Are we coming out? Why is it late?
We're not late, holy crap, and you should tell your parents before you come out on the air. Here we go.
Our radio. Then you can hear news and talk that impacts your life.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station. Available on over 2,000 devices.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind anywhere, solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. I love saying this hour brought to you by Water Pros for whole house conditioning. Listen to this, whole house softening, I should say. By the way, Talib got a whole house system. Yeah, he loves it. And so whole house softening, you get the entire house, better laundry, better soap usage, less soap, better skin, better health, better plumbing, all under $2,000 fully installed. Unless you go with, you can add to that, by the way, and get like drinking water on top of that for the whole house and all of that. But the prices will never be lower for better systems. Waterpros.net. Never. Now, Jim has a solar issue. And Jim, let's just talk right now. And our number, I want you to call. We have some open lines at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. You live off the grid. You hired Total Energy Solutions when to install that system?
Correct.
When did you hire them?
That was the end of June last year, so 21.
Oh, end of June. Okay, end of June. Wow. Last year. That's 2021. Yeah. Okay. And what happened? Did you pay up front?
I had to put half down, which was
how much?
A big amount of money, just under $28,000.
That was half?
Yes.
Okay, so what happened?
So, they had told me, they were going to start right away. They had to get some parts together. But
Jim, just tell me something quickly. Did they ever do anything?
Yes, they did put in some cement and the frame for the solar array, which was not done fully.
So it's not going on your roof. It's not going on your roof, right?
No, it's on the ground.
So they installed the slab.
Yes, they installed a slab, which was not professionally done. It was done by their crew. It was very.
And then they installed the brackets. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And
what? But that's all they did.
That's all they've done so far.
What do they say about that?
Well, the last I had contact with him, the guy who I was talking to said he's no longer with the company. The company has now moved to another location. They haven't gotten back in touch with me about their move or about any further work.
I think you've been ripped off, Jim.
I think I've been ripped off too. That's why.
Oh my God! Where are they? Where are they out of?
They were out of Pueblo. I don't know where they are now. Apparently someplace near Pikes Peak, but
they still have a website. Have you called them?
I've attempted to call them, and the last call was not returned.
Okay, do they answer the phone?
No, I had to leave a message.
Well, okay, but there is something. It's not disconnected.
Something. Well, that was back in June, I guess.
Well, let's try calling right now. Let's see if they're there.
Okay.
So hold on. Suze, can we just do it? You have a phone number for him, right?
Not on me, no.
Well, we don't. It's not on the website. I'm on their website, which is totalenergysolutions.co. So if it's not there, do you have a number? And how long will it take you? How long will it take to get?
I am trying to find it right now.
I am writing here. I am writing, and Suze, I'm putting down as my return email, help@troubleshooter.com. I want them to...
I have a number here in front of me now. I have a couple of numbers.
Okay, I'm going to put you off the air, and I'm going to let Suzanne talk to you off the air, and Suze is going to get that. Then what I'd like to do is, after we do that, give them a call and see if they will answer to this. This sounds like contractor fraud, and it could be against the Contractors Trust Act. So that's what we want to figure out. So hang on, all right? And we'll come back to you, okay? 303-713-TALK. Joe Chiano is, by the way, a certified financial advisor, and he has a fiduciary responsibility to his clients. So it's not like he's selling things and just sells whatever makes the most money. He has to look for the best interest of a client. And right now, annuities have gotten to be very popular in general because they've cleaned up a lot. In the old days, there were a lot of upfront costs, big surrender charges, and not much income. But they've changed quite a bit. Deputy Doc has one. He loves it. It gives him income for life, a cost of living raise, and he put a lump sum in there. Now, a lump sum out of regular money is okay, or monthly payments, but it's really ideal if you have money accumulated in a retirement account. Then you can put a lump sum from your retirement account. But one guy said, well, what if I am 55 and I have 120, and when I'm 65, I start taking it for 20 years till I'm 85, let's say. I live to 85. He says, what if I do that? I'll get $500 a month. Isn't that good enough? Joe was going to do some calculations on what an annuity would pay. And it would go beyond 85 if you live that long. And Joe also, correct me if I'm wrong, if you die before you take all your income, it goes to your heirs, right?
That is right, Don. That is right.
So give me the rundown. Right. Did you do some calculations on what that same amount of money would pay in an annuity?
I sure did, and like I said before, immediately this client would receive 15% bonus. So his account will go up from $120,000 to $139,500 day one.
Okay, all right.
Now, at the end of 10 years, when he's 65, the account value will be over $206,000, almost $250,000, Tom. And his income, his guaranteed income for life, forget 85. Let's say that he lives to be 100. Okay, from 65 to age 100, he's guaranteed $12,554. $12,554. I mean, if you were talking about...
No. So what you're saying is it pays double of drawing it down.
Oh, it pays more than double, right?
Well, if he divided that 120, and it'll make some money until he's from 55 to 65, but it's going to give him no more than $500 to $600 a month, and this one's going to give him $1,000 a month.
It's going to be over $1,000 a month, and if he happens to die, his family would receive the account value. So that company will never keep anything with them. Everything will be disbursed to either him or his family.
All right.
Don't forget, that client will also get long-term care benefits. So if he ever needs assisted living, nursing home care, Alzheimer's, his $12,554 a year guaranteed income will actually turn to over $25,000 a year to pay for long-term care expenses. Now, how good is that? I mean, that doesn't even compare to a savings account.
No, you're right. You're right, Joe. Listen, hold on, Joe. When he's not here, you can call him at 303-779-6600. As I said before, we're talking about solid products. Now, on that solar system and that company, Total Energy Solutions, they're having dreadful reviews, and I have a feeling they're ripping people off. I just have a sick feeling. We got to do something about it. So what do we do? That's the thing. What do? We have to figure out where they are, and we have a phone number for someone. So we're going to call during the break to see if we can get someone to come on the air or call us back. And then if not, we'll put that number out for people to bombard, as we say, so we can go to war with these people and tell them that taking money and not doing work is not acceptable. People, we do this and we get results. I mean, you've seen it yourself. You've heard it on the air, how much money we're getting back. So we're going to get a hold of this company and see what we can do. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Rich Harris is a friend of mine. I've known him for 30 years, Harris Family Law. He does mediation as well. So when you think of family law, you think of divorce a lot, separation, child custody. They can handle a divorce for a third or less of the cost with mediation. A divorce can be expensive, but if you guys can agree to a mediator, then you call up and you ask for mediation services as well. HarrisFamilyLaw.com, 303-515-5000.
The Oak Ridge Boys Front Porch Singing Tour. The legendary Oak Ridge Boys. August 31st at the Paramount Theater. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. The Oak Ridge Boys Front Porch Singing Tour. Produced by Emporium Presents.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. I know you hear a lot of accident attorneys advertising, but you know what? I can tell you something. Many of them gather leads, that's what they call you, a number, and they work the big cases, and they pass the smaller cases on to others. John Fuller will never do that. He'll talk to you, and if he takes your case, he'll work it, and then he determines the best way to collect. John Fuller, smaller by design, to serve his clients. If you're going to call around, put John on the list and make sure you call. You'll notice the difference where you're not just a number. MyAccidentLawyer.co, 303-597-4500. MyAccidentLawyer.co. You'll get his personal cell phone number, and he will be attentive. So check him out. Check them all out. Then go to John Fuller, 303-597-4500. SimplyFloorsInc.com, the place you want to go for floor coverings. Why? Because they have a wide array of carpeting, they have luxury vinyl planking, and they have all kinds of hardwoods, beautiful floors at exceptional discounts, sometimes 40% over the big boxes with a better installer, better financing, and you get a design consultant to help you with your project free of charge. Simply Floors Inc., that's INC. Get your own appointment at simplyfloorsinc.com. FixMyHome.com is the website for Fix It 24/7. I've known these guys for years. I've known George for many, many years. When he took over Fix It, he had one goal in mind: give value and honesty and prompt service and 100% satisfaction guaranteed. And that's what he does. For just $39, you get a tech to your home, fully background checked, insured, and licensed. And then they will tell you what the problem is. Listen to this. If you decide to have the work done, then you don't pay the $39. And that's all you pay if you want to wait and not get the work done. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939.
Texting privacy policy in terms of conditions.
Is that guy answering?
Can I talk to Tom? Tom?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, so it's just weird. So Jim gave me the phone number for Ash, The per contact at Energy Solutions.
Yeah.
So I call the phone number. A woman answers, says Ash used to work for them. She didn't tell me who she was. She said she was just the answering service, and I needed to reach out to the owner, Ed something. But she had no idea Ed's phone number. But she also said that this property is in a legal dispute, but she didn't even know anything about that. So I have no. When you call the main office number, it's a non-working number.
What about the other one, the other guy?
I'm trying to. She had no idea how to reach the owner. She has. I have no phone number for him. He's not very present.
Basically, they're a ripoff.
I don't know what's going on, Tom. It all felt very fishy. So I don't even know. But apparently, she's like, there's something legal going on with that one. She didn't really sound like an answering service. I felt like I was being BS, but I wasn't going to argue with her.
Okay. What? Something legal? Yeah, like they took his money.
Yeah, right.
And not to give too much away, but based on the map, boy, he is out there. It's got to be glorious. I wouldn't even own pants.
You would in the winter when it snowed.
I'd wear a banky.
A onesie.
Onesies.
I'm sending an email from their website.
Gosh.
iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
All right, here's what I'm doing. I'm writing an email. I wrote an email to these guys. Please contact us about fraud accusations. We currently have enough information about you to pursue criminal charges under the Colorado Trust Act. This is bad news. These people are bad news. They're bad news. Sue's tried to call. She gets some sketchy receptionist, doesn't know anything. It sounds like they're out of business or something. The main number doesn't even work. Jim, you may have been scammed. We got to find the guy you talk. Now, the guy that you talked to, he says he's not even with the company. Who's the owner of this company? Do we know?
From what I understood, it was Ash Johnson.
Ash Johnson.
That's who's on the Secretary of State filing, Tom, but the woman that answered the phone said Ash was just a sales representative. I almost wonder if I was talking to Ash, because Ash is a female.
Oh, Ash is, wait. Ash is a female name?
That is a female's name, but the woman that answered the phone wasn't giving up any information. She was polite. She was nice.
Where'd you get that phone number, Jim?
Well, she has phoned me a number of times, and so it was from her returning.
And what
call.
when she phones you, what does she say?
Well, the last time I talked to her was probably give or take 6 months ago, and I've been in contact with a guy called Sebastian.
Now, who's Sebastian?
He was supposedly in charge of the job now, and it was supposed to have been finished at the end of June of this year, but then they moved, and he sent me a text that he was no longer with them. So, now I made a phone
I have a
call.
feeling we were talking to Ash.
Well, it was Ash's number, most likely you were.
Is that the number you gave us for Ash?
Yes, I gave you 2 numbers for Ash.
Yes, it was a woman who answered, and I asked her about the other number you provided. She says, oh, that's probably Ash's personal cell, but she's not with the company anymore. She was a sales rep. Something very odd like that.
And she's listed at the Secretary of State as being the owner.
Well, yeah, as the person that filed the document, I guess, Tom.
Oh, that could be, though. Okay, well. God,
Well,
Jim,
she presented herself as the owner.
Why would she say things are illegal? The woman that answered the phone said there was a legal issue with your project, unless it's just over the money.
Well, my son got in contact with the DA because I was trying to get some paperwork.
Good.
And so in the process of trying to get the paperwork, my son was going to get it because I'm 70. I'm 71 actually right now. I was 70 when I signed the contract. I'm a veteran. And so anyway, he then got in touch with the courts in order to get the paperwork, was having some difficulty, and then...
Do you have the paperwork?
I do not. My son has basically been in charge of that.
We need to find somebody. I mean, we need to do something about this company. I imagine there are a lot of other rip-offs.
I would imagine.
So the owner, so whether the owner's Ash Johnson, is it Johnson?
That's my understanding. Yeah, I don't have the paperwork, any of my paperwork in front of me.
God, did you do any homework at all?
Yes, I checked the Better Business Bureau, and
the Better Business Bureau is like checking a dead person for a pulse. I mean, you know, or no, even worse than that, because you will find a pulse, a dead person. They're dinosaurs. They don't know crap. So what did the Better Business Bureau tell you? They're wonderful people?
Yeah, they had a good rating, you know, A+, and so I had talked to many companies. Most of them all wanted on-grid systems. Some people I phoned said they were no longer in business. They tried to forward my number to somebody who could still do it. And Ash phoned me back. So they were the...
Yeah, but they got money for nothing. Money for nothing and chicks for free. I mean, these people are just rip-offs. They're totally rip-offs. I'm just going to... You know what? This number must have a reason. Well, Suze, did she say she was... What did she say she was answering the phone for then?
She just says, I'm just the answering service. You'll have to call the main number.
Good.
I said, well,
then the main number you say...
disconnected.
The main number is disconnected. You're sure of that?
The number that I called, it was disconnected, and it comes up as Total Energy Solutions on the Google. So it was all odd. Tom, I have a feeling I was talking to Ash.
Oh, my God.
It's just a feeling. She wouldn't give her name.
All right. Well, you need to call the number and let her know that we need to talk to the owner. She has no way of getting a hold of the owner, yet she calls. So if somebody calls for a job, how does she get a hold of people?
She goes, I don't know. I'm just the answering service. That's all.
Oh, she's a liar. Okay, if she's just an answering service, what is she answering for? Does anyone call in to get messages?
Do you want me to put her number on the screen?
Isn't that the 719 up there?
That's the main office number that's disconnected.
Okay, that's disconnected. Okay, hold on. And does it say it's disconnected?
Yes, but when you Google the number, it does say it's for Total Energy Solutions.
Okay, yeah, put her number up. Because that number, if she says she's an answering service, then she's got to be answering for someone. I mean, it's stupid. Think about that. This is...
Sorry, the number you are trying to reach is no longer in service.
Think about that. Can you imagine having that happen to you after paying $20,000? Jim has been totally ripped off. And we have to warn others. So here's what I want to do. Suze, can you start looking for a picture of Ashley? See if we can find it. People,
yes, of course.
I got to tell you, man, there are massive, massive, massive rip-offs going on right now in the contractor world. Massive. Elaine, what's happening with you, Elaine?
Well, it's kind of an HOA lawyer's office issue.
Okay, hold on. An HOA lawyer issue? What? How did the? Here's what you have to answer. How did the first problem start?
Okay. It's my daughter. My husband and my name were on the condo, and we sold it to her. She took over payment several years ago.
Okay.
And she got behind, the whole COVID mess on her HOA. She didn't tell us. She was trying to fix it herself. Anyway, so when we found out about it by getting served that on a court date, we decided to bail her out. We don't want her to lose her condo. And so we sent a check for the full payment of $6,300 on August 5th, or on
How
August
much?
3rd.
$6,300?
$6,300. Well, there's some pennies. So
Got it.
6,397.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, it was received by UPS Tracking at the lawyer's office, and it's Altitude Law on August 5th. I got a confirmation email from them after I asked that, yes, they did receive it, and that email I have was dated August 8th. The guy I talked to said he was sending it to the HOA and that everything's fine. Once they get the money in their office, everything's A-okay. Well, when it still hadn't been cleared in my bank on August 17th, I contacted him. He said, don't worry about it. It's been sent to the HOA. Well, I contacted the HOA around the same time. I finally got a call back, an email and call back on last Thursday and Friday from the HOA, and he said they have never received it. They've been trying to call this guy, Jeff, at Altitude Law, and that he has not responded. I called today, this morning, and I was just sent to voicemail box.
Now, hold on. So the check, the check was never received. Is that right?
Yes, it was. Well, it was received at the law office.
Hold on. Did it clear your bank? That's what I need to know.
No.
All right, hold on. Just hang on. Let's talk about this coming up. Hang on. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming right up. 303-713-TALK.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
For the most part, an easy drive throughout the Denver metro as we hit this late Tuesday morning, however, not perfect. Heading into downtown, I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds. Northwest from there in Jefferson County, I-76 westbound approaching Sheridan Boulevard. Construction and pothole repair in the left lane with stop-and-go traffic back from Pecos and about 6 minutes of delays for drivers. And just west of there, Wadsworth Boulevard southbound at Ralston Road, news of an accident, no word of delays. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, hot out there today with a high of 92, mostly sunny skies and dry. Overnight low of 60 degrees, and tomorrow chance of scattered thunderstorms. The current temperature in Denver is 80. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan at 6:30 KHOW.
This Labor Day at Lowe's, buy one, get one 50% off. Select Sherwin-Williams paints and cabin exterior stains via rebate. Plus, Stainmasters wear and dent-resistant laminate flooring starts at $2.69 per square foot. Conditions and exclusions apply while supplies last. Offer valid through 9/7.
David Ellis Jewelry will buy your jewelry, whether it's junk and he just weighs it and pays it, or it's vintage and antique and something worth something. You can get an honest appraisal at 3rd and Clayton. David Ellis Jewelry, a name that's been around 40 years and you can trust. David Ellis Jewelry, 3rd and Clayton. And while you're there, you can pick up a gift or two. He sells vintage jewelry as well as antique jewelry. He can also buy yours anytime. 303-322-8779. Also buying precious stones. 303-322-8779. That's 3rd in Clayton.
The wait is almost over. A new...
Yeah.
We got a problem here, okay. So, I got to get on this thing here. Status.
Tommy, I can't find Jack Poo on this Ash Johnson. It is like they have dropped off the face of the earth. But they still have a website. That's what's really weird.
Do they have any Facebook?
Nope, they don't have anything connected. It is just the weirdest.
Maybe they were born in Texas at a home delivery.
Hey, now.
Hello?
Oh, here says there's a Facebook. Oh, it's a broken
Hello.
link. They took their Facebook off. It's frickin' weirdest.
I love when these frauds call, and I don't know why they bother calling, because they don't say anything. Hello, how are you?
Maybe they're on the LinkedIn. Or, I'm sorry, Instagram.
Yeah, they're just on there.
They do have an Instagram.
I'll just keep them on there. Who cares?
And they got a lot of followers.
Oh, they are on Instagram?
I'm looking. It says they have an active Instagram, but...
So look, this number calls, and they just...
Oh, okay.
But they
He's not going to be on Access anyway because he's in Florida. What are we talking about?
I think sometimes what they do is they...
Total Energy Solutions.
They sell to a scammer who says, okay, these numbers...
Here they are.
People are at home and answer the phone. And they sell that list.
Could be. Could truly be that. Now they know I have a number. That works. Yes, could be.
Tingling in the feet or hands are symptoms of peripheral neuropathy. Are you taking drugs like Lyrica or gabapentin, but they never seem to fix your neuropathy or your other symptoms? There's a better way. One Range Medical Center can help. Peripheral neuropathy is a result of damage to the nerves causing burning, weakness, pain, numbness, tingling, and debilitating balance problems. North Range Medical Center can relieve you from neuropathy with no injections and no drugs, using the newest, most advanced treatment. You can start feeling relief in only a few sessions. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at North Range Medical now for a consultation and exam.
So the Marianne is the Sleaze Brigade too, right?
Marianne.
He's ignoring
Yeah,
Alex.
that's the one. Right, that's the Alex Cruz.
Right. Suze, do you have access to my call screen? I mean, my notes?
Yeah, I do now. Thank you very much.
Okay, what happened?
I have no idea. It was just weird.
That's cool, though, because isn't it nice? I'm really refining it. It's
I like
really
this
good.
way better than your old Word doc.
Oh, and this you can, yeah, they have a drop-down menu. I did a drop-down for when Mark actually uses it. We have, it'll help him.
Hey, Tommy.
Oh, wait. Oh, they answered my email. Oh, never mind. It's automatic. Your message to
TotalBRT.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, folks, guess what? My email could not be delivered, so even their email is down. So this is a total ripoff. They took the money and ran. So it's Total Energy Solutions. Cannot be found. Gone. I said, please contact us, blah, blah, blah. Just lying, cheating, or rip-offs. 303-713-TALK. Now, I just got an email saying that my password changed from live. Did you do that?
We don't even use live. Do you mean help? I mean, live is like one of those aliases.
I'm going to send this to you.
That's very weird, Tom. We don't even have a user password for that. It's an alias.
I want Mark to look at it, and you. I'm going to send it to you, and just tell me what you think. Mark, look at this email. It says my password was changed. I'm not clicking on anything. All right, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Jim, you've been ripped off, man. We just have to hope people listening to the show and the podcast will drop a dime and tell us how to find Ass Johnson. Big Ass Johnson, Ash or whatever the hell her name is. We got to find her. So I am so tired of people ripping people off. I'm so tired of it. But we're going to work it. I'm marking it pending. And Sleaze Brigade. I wish people had photos of these people too. We gotta get this done. Elaine, let's go back to your payment here. Now, this is weird, Elaine. You actually have a record of them getting it, but here's what I would do. The law firm doesn't deny getting payment. Is that right?
Correct.
They still, and by the way, don't we know Altitude Law Firm, Suze? Weren't they on the show once?
The HOA says they haven't gotten a check, and they said that the lawsuit won't go away.
Well, okay, but it's so easy to cure, Elaine. Stop payment on the check and issue a new one.
Well, I offered to do that last week on Thursday.
You don't offer it, you do it. They have to take payment. They can't refuse it.
Right, but who do I send it to? I don't want to send it back to Altitude and have them lose it again.
I would deliver it, hand deliver it, your daughter or somebody.
I can't. I live 5 hours from Denver, and my daughter is in another state working right now.
So the condo's empty?
Well, she has a friend that's renting it from her.
All right, is there a management office there?
Yes.
That's where I would deliver it.
Well, again, I'd have to drive 5 hours. I asked.
No, just send it.
Hire
to your
somebody.
friend.
Hire somebody.
Send it to your daughter's friend.
This is important, Elaine. You got to stop payment. That I know. Now, Altitude Law Firm. This is amazing to me. Suze, don't we know Altitude? Didn't we have them on the show once? I thought we did. Suze, is she on the phone? Shannon, talk to me.
Right. I asked him about doing like a direct deposit ACH kind of thing way back before we sent in the check, mailed the check. We said, here, we'll give you the information.
Is Altitude, yeah. Yep, Altitude Law. Shannon, who's on the board right now? Is Suze there? I mean, just let me know if she's, okay. Suze, she can't hear me. Can somebody help me here?
What's up, Tom?
Suze, Altitude Law. Don't we have a contact there?
Well, we do.
Well,
I don't know
they're
if
the
he'll
ones.
talk to us about a pending case.
No, but they can talk to us about why a person sends a check to the law firm representing the HOA, and it never got to the HOA, and now the HOA is suing these people. Certainly they can address that without telling us any facts of the case whatsoever. So, I mean, we have to tell them, hey, Altitude, we'll give it to somebody. Give it to Deputy Smarty or to Doc or to Money, Deputy Dollar. Let's just send. All we're saying is this. This woman sent the check to you guys. You guys acknowledge that you got it, yet you're not giving it to your client. What the hell kind of firm is Altitude, for God's sakes? Come on.
There's got to be more to this, though, man.
Mark, why don't you call Altitude? Because right now she's saying she's got proof she paid, and they will not pay the client to stop the lawsuit.
I wonder if it's because they haven't paid in full, maybe?
No, it's paid in full to the penny. In fact,
legal fees,
right,
everything.
The original suit that came through, they added more legal fees on it, and we added that. We did not send the check until we got a number from Altitude that was an exact number.
Give Suzanne the info that you've dealt with over there so I can try to get to the same person.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous that this law firm representing the HOA and suing is not passing on the payment. It sounds to me like they're trying to drum up more legal fees. Altitude Community Law. Here's what they say: elevating community associations in 1988. Yeah, right. Okay,
well,
I don't have.
The thing with the HOA, they told me, I talked to a woman at the HOA, and she said she was contacting the law firm to find out, to get proof, like a tracking number or something, how they sent the check to them, and she has not heard. She said she would email me back as soon as she heard.
She can't even hear from her own law firm. Do you hear that, HOAs? Do you hear what Altitude is doing? Altitude Law Firm represents you, and they're not even passing payment on to you? What the hell is that all about? I want you to talk to Mark or get this information to Suze. We got to call over there and find out what the hell is going on. This is like some kind of joke. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast.
For the most part, an easy drive throughout the Denver Metro as we creep closer to those noon hours, however not perfect. Into downtown, I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds. Northwest from there, Jefferson County, I-76 westbound approaching Sheridan Boulevard. Road construction on the right shoulder with stop-and-go traffic from Federal Boulevard. About 2 minutes of delays for drivers. Looks like crews are still working on filling up that pothole. Otherwise, an easy drive throughout town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies out there and hot today with a high of 92 degrees, overnight low of 60, and tomorrow chance of scattered thunderstorms. The current temperature is 83. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
We reached the tipping point this week. Big news regarding global money and energy just came out, and you better get ready. I'm Mark Moss, helping you navigate the decentralized revolution. So listen to the Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I think you've heard me talk about Excel Roofing as an excellent, EXCEL, a company that's run well. I think one of the best run companies. They don't take a cent until you're content. They're not a roofer that's going to knock on your door and then get you to sign something so they can look at your roof. They're not going to give you a blank contract. They're not going to make secret deals with your insurance company to screw you like other roofers. Excel, you can trust. Jay and his people have been serving people 30 years, 30,000 customers and more. ExcelRoofing.com, and you can use them with confidence. 303-761-6400. All right. I have Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies doing my retirement plan. Now, I'm not talking about my retirement elements. I have a 401k and a pension, some other stuff I put away years ago. Here's the deal. We were just talking to Joe, right? Keanu at Become the Banker about different ways that what you do with lump sums, because people don't always know what to do with their lump sums. They just know they have to do something to create income, but these people do more. They look at everything. They look at your insurance, your long-term care. They look at your Social Security. They look at everything you need to look at in a retirement plan. They're the quarterback of the entire retirement plan. They may recommend a reversal, and they may recommend an annuity. They may recommend something, and they're there to coordinate everything. rpcenter.com. And they save you money, and they're totally transparent about fees, and you'll always come out ahead with them. rpcenter.com, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. 970-663-3211. You meet with them, they'll come to you. 970-663-3211.
Rob tried to manage his constipation.
Chatting, online chatting with this other solar company.
Florida, but they know.
Wait,
current
Deputy Dollar is there.
Pueblo,
Yeah.
But they know nothing
We
about
should. I should have given him
energy
this.
solutions. She said, we've never heard of them.
I'm going to try David Furman here. I, for some reason, don't have his phone number. Oh, there it is. All right. So they didn't have any information for you?
Just a thought. You never know. Sometimes the competitor.
Yep.
Say, no, we know those guys.
It's not answering. Da-da-da.
Yeah, first break next hour. Full.
All right. I'll have to shoot him an email.
Shoot him.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
I texted you what John Fuller wanted to talk about.
Hold on. Okay.
All right. I better set up my timer to call him, or I will forget.
Right here. Date.
8:30.
Hey, Suze.
Yo.
Is Boo loving it or not?
She's okay. She's getting better. Isn't her note funny?
Was she walking around, Boo walking around crying like?
No, she hid behind Adeline's toilet and didn't move for 2 days.
Yeah, Ian said he's going to hook you up with a thing from Orbit.
Don't you love how she said she's going to become a stay-at-home daughter?
Yeah.
She is so funny.
Oh, gotta go.
That's funny.
Don't run off.
I don't know.
Or wherever you get your podcasts. Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. Joe Chiano. Become the banker, and also guaranteed pension for life, 2 products. Joe, when do you recommend one over the other? Become the Banker is overfunding life insurance for a cash account that grows tax-free. If you do it the right way, grows tax-free. You can use it tax-free. The other one is a pension that you fund, which gives income for life. When do you know what to recommend to, how do you recommend either one? Or both, or what? How do you do it?
Yeah, Tom, I think we do an extensive planning session with a client. We are a certified financial planning firm, so we actually take the client's needs into consideration. We do not only become the banker and the guaranteed pension account, but we also do like Social Security planning, debt reduction. So if the client has a need for tax-free income when they retire with no debt, and we can help people get out of debt in 9 years or less, including their mortgage, not refinancing, using the Become the Banker account, then we use that account for that particular client. When the client has no debt and he actually has plenty of tax-free income, then we use the guaranteed pension account, which will give a client additional income, just like the example that we used of the client that called in with $120,000. I mean,
it seems to me, Joe, that it seems to me if you have qualified money, then what you want to do is the annuity, because you can roll it over without a tax event.
That's right. Or we can use, somebody that has a brokerage account, that are concerned about losing money in the stock market. They can roll that over into the annuity. Or if they have just a bank account where they have their money there and they're losing money because the bank is not paying them any money in return, they can just roll that account into the guaranteed pension account, into that annuity.
And it becomes guaranteed. What happens?
Guaranteed.
Somebody wants to know if they have an annuity and they put a lump sum in there, and they need money, but more than just the monthly income, but they need a chunk, not all of it. What do they do?
Right. Most annuities now, or annuities anyway, they have a little safeguard, that people may need money in the future. So beginning the second year, they're able to take out 10%, up to 10% of their account value each and every year without a penalty. So if it's a qualified plan, they will have to pay taxes on the withdrawal. But if it's not a qualified plan, if they rolled over a savings account, let's say, or a brokerage account, they can get their money, 10% every year beginning the second year.
Okay, and that 10% is in addition to the income?
No, if you turn the income on, that amount will be set for the rest of their lives. So
okay, so let me get this straight. While the annuity is growing, before you start taking income, you can get 10% of it back.
Absolutely right. I mean,
but
10% beginning the second year.
Per year. But
per year. Once
you turn it into income, it stays income. You can't get the lump sum anymore.
That is right, because it's guaranteed to go till the day you die.
Okay.
Guaranteed.
And then the rest goes to your heirs.
Exactly.
That's Joe Cano, becomethebanker.org or mymoney.myway.com, 303-779-6600. We have more coming up. Give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Home buyers, we've got great news.
Anyways, I understand. Probably talk to me, but was hoping someone there could.
Hey, Suze, what are the pictures of cars we're getting?
Of cars?
I get a Trailblazer here, or no, not a...
that's from Shaylin from earlier. I don't know why you're just getting that.
Okay, it's the oh, wait, okay. No, I'm not just getting it, but I'm wondering, what was she trying to show us? There's nothing on it.
Honestly, Tom, I've been going through 28 voicemails that I realized weren't checked and trying to get some calls on the horn here.
Hey, okay, that's good. Do you know why they weren't checked? Do you know why they weren't checked?
She said it was because the Wi-Fi was out on Friday and Monday. And I told her, I said, you can put the app on your phone. I listen to the voicemails from an app on my phone. That way I never have to depend on the internet. So she just wasn't sure. But she said the internet was out and she couldn't check voicemails. I said, okay.
Okay.
I understand you probably can't talk to me. I was hoping I could give our caller some more.
You know, I want to change the message to about getting them on the show without being on hold.
Without being on hold?
You know, here, no, what I mean is this. They don't...
Mark
yeah, I'm saying that we'll get them right on the air. So
but
I want to change
the problem, Tom, when we used to do it that way, man, do people get pissed off at me if they're holding. Oh, I didn't know I'd be holding a half hour. I didn't know I'd be holding.
Well, here's what I'm going to
do.
I'm going to give priority to the people that call in and line up. I'll give priority.
Okay. So you want me to stop saying that? Mark told me that a few weeks ago, and I was like,
Stop saying what?
Stop telling people there's a holding time. I usually say carve some time out for the call because
here's what I'm going to do.
For 2 hours.
I'm going to make it clear on the message. I'm going to say, look, we're going to call you back, and you'll get priority in our call queue. and we'll call you right before, because we can call them if they make themselves available. We can call them and get them on, and I'll try to do it relatively soon.
Okay, I have to email Altitude Law guy. He didn't answer his phone, so I'm emailing him. So I'm going to take Elaine off the, and then somebody's just, I bet this is Troubleshooter Show. What's your first name? Hi, Jordan. Let me tell Tommy you're on. Hang on. Joe? Okay, Elaine, the only thing I need from you is your, Elaine, what's your last name? And your phone number. Did you say 719-353-1610? Okay. Sure. Okay, that I don't know, so we're going to have to ask Tom real quick. Hang on a minute.
So you where do you go to your gym or at home?
Gym. I can do it downstairs. I have really good equipment.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to have you ask Tom your question, your last question here, right when we come back. But just real quick, Elaine, I sent an email on to Altitude Law, my contact there. I did share your name and phone number with the gist of the issue. A lot of times, they're happy to hear us out and stuff, but don't always, aren't comfortable talking to us about a specific case. So I left your information for him to call in case he doesn't want to give me the information, okay?
Is Joe going to be on still?
All of that, and I wasn't even on the line. Isn't that funny? No, like it's this. I was talking this whole time to nothing.
Hey, Suze, is Joe still on?
It's Jordan now.
Thanks.
And then John Fuller will be coming on soon. Elaine? Okay, real quick, I'm going to have you ask Tom your last question here as soon as we come back from the break, which is in just a minute. I do want you to know that I sent an email out to our contact there with your information explaining the issue and the help we need and the information you need as regarding this check. I left your name and number for them to contact. Sometimes they will talk to us about specifics in a case. Sometimes they won't, just depending. So I left them your information to call in case he wasn't comfortable telling me, okay? RIEGEL? Okay. Okay. Hang on.
August 31st at the Paramount Theater. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. The Oak Ridge Boys Front Porch Singing Tour. Produced by Emporium Presents.
Deck Superstore. Deck Building Supply. More inventory in better condition. DeckSuperstore.com.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Lots going on. Jerusalem Post asks, is God punishing the United States of America? What do you think about that? And also, through no fault of law enforcement, police response times are getting longer and longer. What's the fix? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino, and I enjoy being here, and I thank you for being here, and I hope that we all can, in the words of somebody once famous, all just get along. Does anyone remember who said that? Can we all just get along?
Yes.
Rodney King?
Rodney King.
Exactly. Isn't it funny how certain things just stick with you or stick with society? Anyway, this show is all about making it through liars, cheaters, and ripoffs. Honest to God, that's all we do. Now listen, there's so much to be talked about in the social realm, but other talk shows do that. Now we touch upon some economic stuff when it behooves us to do so because it's affecting us. And right now, we are going to be affected economically by not only government and administration decisions, but by perception, by corporations, by taxes, by all kinds of stuff. We're going to be affected. There is no way around it. By the way, this hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. You know how I love this stuff. Panacea Life Sciences. So put Tom in the promo code, please, and get 30% off. PanaceaLife.com you can do, but I made it easier to remember. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Pain, inflammation, anxiety. It's great for travel. Cosmetic line with anti-inflammatory properties. RealCBDThatWorks.com. So listen to this. We have right now the housing market slowing down around the country. Do you know that new home sales, a vast majority of people have canceled? Majority of people. New home sales. Shrinking. You know, Suze, I'm not sure we can get Brent Ivinson on, but I'd love to get him on. He has some statistics that'll blow your mind on this. But by the way, some people have to get financed. You don't have the luxury of waiting. So Ideal has that interest rate guarantee, right, where they'll refinance your rates go down. They also will give you a free second look. Plus, they'll do any kind of purchase money you need, including the cash buyer. But I'd like to ask Brent. He had a statistic about the housing market that made me want to cry. And what it shows is a slowdown. When the housing market slows down, specifically new homes, do you realize how many trades that affects the housing industry? I mean, from drywallers to painters to suppliers, it's to lenders, it's all affected. Real estate people, movers, appliances. I mean, think about it. When the housing industry slows down, we are screwed. And it's slowing down in a big way. Right now, in a big way. So that's the number one. You know, we can look at all kinds of indicators. Now, low unemployment, really low unemployment, usually sparks a recession. And people say, why? That's wonderful. No, because it's hard to get workers, prices go up, people stop buying, they hesitate, it becomes a recession. Housing is starting to show that. Transportation, I'm not so sure what transportation is doing right now. I'd like to know. I'd like to ask people, our new car sales, what are they doing right now? Let's talk about it.
I asked one of my buddies who's a used car dealer, a broker.
Yeah.
I said, are used car prices coming down?
No,
and he just laughed. He said, he's never seen a crazier market in all the years he's been doing this for used cars.
Light vehicles, not commercial trucks, new vehicle sales are expected to fall 13% this month. 13%. There was a fall last month of 2%. They think they'll go down 13% this month. Now that's pretty serious. So you see, I'm not trying to scare people. I'm just saying we are in for some bumpy times because of why. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons. Now, the government's going to blame corporations. Corporations blame the government. You can't spend your way out of inflation. You can't government mandate things out of inflation. You can't do it. It's going to happen. And then recession happens. So we have a problem. And I remember right before the major recession when we were borrowing 125% of value on homes, I said we're going to have a major reckoning. We're going to have a major reckoning now because so many people pay too much for houses. Way too much. And that's going to spell a disaster. So, when is it coming? You tell me. What do you think? Mark, do you think a real estate adjustment in prices, a major one, is coming?
It already has. I think it's 20% across the country.
Already?
Yeah.
Wow. Elaine, speaking of real estate, she has an HOA issue, which is unbelievable to me. What Altitude Law is doing is outrageous. Outrageous. For a law firm that represents homeowners associations and tries to collect payment, or guess what? They foreclose on your home, and instead of Altitude preventing that, they're contributing to it because Elaine made a payment to them for their daughter to pay all the HOA fees before a foreclosure, and they did not pay the HOA, have not paid the HOA, do not answer the HOA, and now the HOA is coming after the condo. Now, how the hell does that happen? How does a law firm not know how to process a payment for an HOA, especially a law firm as big as Altitude that holds itself out as people who are caring and want to make community? It sounds to me like they want to head to foreclosure court. Elaine, make sure you keep all of those emails and correspondences that show they got paid. She says, what if I stop payment? I can't deliver a check. I live 5 hours away. I have the money. I paid the money. We paid 100% of the money, including Altitude legal fees. But Altitude has not delivered that payment to the HOA. What's the name of the HOA, by the way? I never got that.
Well, it's Jasmine Association, but apparently it's a company that handles multiple. Let me see if I can get.
No, the name of the community. Where does she live?
It's Jasmine. It's over on Iliff and Evans.
It's called Jasmine?
Yes.
Just Jasmine.
A strange name.
Jasmine Association. I don't know.
I mean, the subdivision, when she tells people where she lives, she says, I live in Jasmine?
It's a condo. Yeah, it's a condo.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, now.
She did have a last question, Tom.
Yes. What is your other question?
Is there a point where we would need to get a lawyer because that court date is on September 8th?
Well, if Altitude doesn't answer us...
He's already answered me and is looking into it to see what he
can
find.
Thank God. Okay, so hang on, Elaine. I'm not telling you not to get an attorney. You can get an attorney anytime you want. But what I'm saying is, we're looking into it, so hang on, and at least let's get an answer. If they say, we'll make sure that payment gets to the HOA at Jasmine, then that's going to be good. That's going to be good. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Get your calls in. Now, listen, you can also call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. You can call that, by the way, 24 hours a day. And what we'll do is put you, if you leave your number, we'll call you and get you on the show without you having to call in. How about that? GarageMagic.com for your garage floors, your pool decks, your patios, your walkways. Garage Magic, guaranteed for life. Up and down the Front Range. That's GarageMagic.com.
Identity theft shows no sign of slowing down. In fact, more than $14 billion stolen last year. That's a criminal success story and a wake-up call. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save 25% on their first year of protection with promo code BECK at LifeLock.com. LifeLock.com, promo code BECK.
I want to talk to John Fuller. I talk to John Fuller often about the personal injury business or industry. You know, law firms are looking for your business. They really are. But you know what? John Fuller doesn't just look for business. He looks for clients, and he talks to people, whether they have a big claim, little claim, or he doesn't know what kind of claim it is. But he will work tenaciously for you if he takes your case. And the important thing about this is this. There is not a big burden on consumers. A lot of them want to know, John, first and foremost, how do they go? They say you always talk about calling around to attorneys. Well, then how do I hire one?
Hey, that's a good question, Tom. You know, listen, in today's economic times, I mean, it's more important than ever that you have somebody on your side as you're working through these issues associated with accidents. And we try to make it just as simple as possible. Pick up the phone. Call us. We'll have a little chat. If we decide to work together, we can do every single thing that's necessary via email, over the internet. You don't have to come to my office. We try to make it as painless as possible so that we can get started right away protecting your rights and making sure that things are done correctly.
And John, what about, we hear about this contingency fee. Does that mean I don't have to pay anything up front?
There is no money up front whatsoever. There's no money along the way. We advance all of the expenses on our cases, and that means we pay for everything. We pay for experts. We pay for the medical records. We pay for the accident reports. There is no money. There's no invoicing, no nothing out of pocket. Everything is taken care of at the end of the case. You can literally get started with the phone call, and we'll do the rest.
And, John, I tell people to call around and they'll notice the difference. What does smaller by design mean?
Well, Tom, it's quite simple. We don't have 12 or 1,500 clients, and we don't have an advertising budget of $2 or $3 or $5 million a year that we have to run the volume that some of these other firms do. We like to provide one-on-one service. You're going to get to know me and my whole staff, and that's the benefit of a small firm. We work together as a team. You're going to get the level of recognition and service that you really deserve. You're not just going to be a number. You're not some one of 1,000 that nobody ever knows or recognizes. That's what it really comes down to.
Not a statistic. John Fuller, give him a call if you're injured. Now, I'm going to give you his number and his website. The number, 303-597-4500. Of course, you may call around others, but call John for sure and notice the difference, 303-597-4500. The website, myaccidentlawyer.co. You know, speaking of noticing a difference, you know, a lot of people are talking about reverse loans, and we only endorse a few because we know it takes special people with a heart for seniors and someone who knows the market and someone who can answer questions. And PowerReverse.com can do that. You'll know if you call Mark, you can feel that he really does care, and he will answer your questions at their hotline. This is a helpline for Empower Reverse Mortgage, talking about reverses. EmpowerReverse.com, 720-500-7719. 720-500-7719.
So many people have told me about Orchard, and no wonder. It's the new way to sell. For example, Orchard makes you a cash offer for your home. And when your home sells for more, you keep the difference. No longer do you have to choose between an easy home sale or the best price for your home. Let me tell you about Rudy, a recent Orchard customer. Rudy's home sold on the market for $33,000 above his cash offer. Had he gone to a home buying company, he would have missed out on that extra money. But with Orchard, he got more cash at closing. Rudy's story isn't unique. 99 out of 100 Orchard customers sell on market for more than their cash offer. Getting started is easy. You go online and enter your
Okay, he's gone.
orchard.com. Takes just a couple minutes
Da-da,
and lets you see
da-da-da-da.
home savings. If you're thinking about selling or just curious what Orchard would pay for your home, get a no-cost, no-obligation offer at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
The best $79 you'll spend for a complete air conditioning checkup from Plumline Services. Catch things before they turn into expensive problems. Just $79. Turn to the experts. Plumline Services, Castle Rock to Longmont. Plumline's got you covered. Earning your trust since 1998. Character and ethics. Service at home. Servants at heart. Schedule online. No phone call. No hassle. No wait. PlumlineServices.com.
The Rockies return to action for the first of three against the Braves. Jose Arena and Max Fried tonight's pitching matchup. Bronco roster cuts to 53 continue with the release of quarterback Josh Johnson, also trading linebacker Malik Reed to the Steelers. World number 2 Cameron Smith and 5 other golfers are leaving the PGA Tour to join the LIV Golf. This weekend, LIV event in Boston. I'm Richard Johnson.
This is the most accurate Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on
Getting
the
caught up?
Network.
Presented by
Home Box.
Okay.
Return to action for the first of three against the Braves. Jose Arena and Max Fried tonight's
Put everybody on this one.
Bronco roster cuts to 53 continue with the release of quarterback Josh Johnson, trading linebacker Malik Reed to the Steelers. World number 2 Cameron Smith and 5 other golfers leaving the PGA Tour to join the LIV Golf Tour.
They'll compete this weekend at the LIV event in Boston. I'm Richard Johnson.
Invisible Fence Brand's mission is to keep pets happy and safe with their forever families. Their exclusive technologies make their containment systems the most advanced on the market, giving your pet freedom to enjoy their yard and you confidence in their safety. Visit invisiblefence.com to schedule your free consultation.
Listen to us on your radio, on your desktop, and on your smart device. Denver's talk station is available everywhere, in your car, at work, and wherever you go. All you need is our free iHeartRadio app. Just say, play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, we have open lines if you need to get in, talk about stuff, but let's recap some stuff that I think is important to go over. It's really important to know. Lately, I can see it's so wonderful having this database. I'm going to go back to, let's see, what's today's date? Today's date is the 30th. So let's go back to the 25th. What were the big problems? On the 25th, the leading calls were insurance and auto. On the 26th, now, were there any that come to mind that should be talked about? Yes. Some of them are people who buy cars without having them checked. That's the overall thing. Or they don't understand the contract, and they want to know about service contracts, or they don't get a title. Now, going on to the 26th, we have home improvements. Again, insurance and autos. On the 26th, I mean, it's amazing how many auto problems. The 29th, we had auto. Think about this. And the car now, the problem is people, because of the prices, are buying older cars with higher mileage, but they're not checking them out. People say, oh, you know, you can't check everything, you can't find everything, but it's better than not checking it out. Of course, we have people that do just that, like, for example, usedcarcheckout.com. That's SOS Inspections. But we're getting a lot of also home improvements and people taking money and doing nothing. We had Cruz that Deputy Doc tried to get a hold of, and the guy totally ignoring her, right?
Absolutely.
And his name is Cruz. Let me find it here. What's her name? I got to find the call. And this Cruz guy is a sleaze brigade. Hired
Alex Cruz.
Alexander Cruz. Cruz Restoration. She paid him 20 grand up front. Got nothing. 20 grand. That's definitely something we need to look into. Then there's another sleaze brigade, Total Energy Solutions. The owner is Ash Johnson, like an Ashley, maybe.
It's an Ashley, yeah.
You think so? And we can't find Ash Johnson, and it seems like the number's disconnected. And this is a problem because that person put down 20 grand. This or 28. This is a lot of money, folks. Doug, what's your issue? Go ahead, Doug. What's happening?
Yes, sir. I bought a condo or townhome in Aurora back in the middle 90s.
Okay.
There is 2 uncovered parking spaces behind my unit. There are 4 units in this particular building, 6 of which have covered spaces. I was told at one time that I had the use of 1 uncovered space and 1 covered space. The HOA...
But they're not actually assigned to you by contract, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
The parking is owned by the HOA itself. Deeds specify the ownership of the housing unit. There are no mentions at all of the units actually owning the parking spaces. And as I said, I was told that I own or I had use of or was assigned 1 covered and 1 uncovered space.
Well, yeah, but is there anything at all that will corroborate that?
Oh, sir, I've got a letter from the HOA dated in 2002.
Hold on. You actually have an HOA letter, and what does it say?
I will be happy to send it, to fax it to you.
Give me an idea of what it says. Just skim it for us.
It basically says that in the units that do not have covered parking behind them, they have use of, they are assigned the uncovered space and the nearest covered space.
Okay, but hold on. It said assigned, so it's written somewhere.
Yes, sir. I've got the original doc from what I've been sent, which was back in 2002, 2004. This was how, when the buildings were...
Okay, so have you been parking there?
Yes, sir.
And what's the issue? What's the issue right now, Doug?
The issue right now is every time I'm in one unit, 1936, the unit 1934 has the 2 covered spaces behind it. My current tenant does not have cars, but her friends come over and want a place to park. But the people in 1934 are trying to use all 4 spaces. In addition,
well, that's an HOA matter, man.
The HOA has verbally, last Tuesday, told me that the 2 covered units, 2 covered spaces behind the adjacent unit are for use of that unit. That I only can use the 2 uncovered spaces behind my unit.
Okay, but you said you have a written document to the contrary. Yes. What do they say about that?
And I have sent a copy to them, and that is, they have not responded. They had it. They got it last Wednesday at 9:00 and 9:15 in the morning. And I will be happy to fax you.
Wait. But did they react yet?
No, sir. And I sent them a email this weekend asking. They responded within a half a day to a email I sent them on Monday. Monday evening.
All right. Hold on. I'm getting a headache with all this. The bottom line is this: you either have the parking space or you don't. You have a document that says you do. That's not necessarily a contract. They changed it since then. You had that letter when? When were you given that letter?
In 2004.
Well, things have changed. What are they saying now? Do they say you have assigned spaces? Yes. But they're the two uncovered spaces.
They verbally told me on Monday, last Tuesday.
I get it, that you have the two uncovered spaces behind your unit.
Yes, sir. Nothing in writing, but I have sent them emails of all the stuff I was given in 2002, 2004.
Why would the other place have two covered parking spaces?
That is a question nobody seems to know.
But they were assigned by who?
By the HOA.
Is it in writing somewhere?
What I've got in 2004 letter, it is in writing that I have one covered and one uncovered space.
But it doesn't designate the actual space.
No, except one uncovered behind my unit, one covered that is behind the adjacent unit to my unit.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a tough time proving that because it doesn't. Oh, God, I don't know what you're going to do about it. I mean, see, Doug, I'm trying to figure out how do you do this without going broke? Because this is a major. Well, no, it's a lawsuit.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, it is not worth it. It's not worth it. The lawsuit is not worth it. You have two uncovered spaces behind your unit, period. I mean, if you try to go to court, this is going to be, what do you think, they're not going to go to court? They have attorneys on, HOAs don't care because they have a bundle of money to spend, and it's your money, and it's the residents' money. No one personally has to chug out any money. They don't care. You do care because your legal fees come from you. Their legal fees come from a giant pool. What do you guys pay in HOA fees?
$325 a month.
And how many units are in there altogether?
Oh, Greenbrier, there must be several hundred.
Okay, think about how much money they have every month.
Oh, and I agree with you, Tom.
I mean, I don't know what you want done, because if they won't recognize their own HOA letter, and by the way, they could have voted 100 different times since then. You know, I mean, it was 8 years ago. No more, right? 2004? Hell no. It was 18. Yeah, 18 years at least.
Yes, the parking up till...
But it wasn't a contract, Doug.
No, you're right. It was how the HOA assigned the parking.
And now they can do it differently, and they are. That's all I can tell you, man. I wish I had something better to tell you.
Is there visitor parking somewhere?
Now, listen, Russell has a comment. Really, Doug, I wish I could refer you to someone, but you're wasting money here. Russell, what did you have to say? Go ahead, Russell. You have something for Doug?
Yeah, I was president of an HOA that had the same type of parking situation where every townhome, condo is assigned one empty, one open, one closed.
Yeah.
What he needs to do is go into his
what, Russell? You cut out.
What his original purchase should have. So he needs to ask for his declarations page and the bylaws and that stuff, because they have to be done, legally through lawyer. You can't the HOA cannot just change what you purchase.
No, they can't. Not if it's part of the bylaws or purchase agreement. You're absolutely right. Usually that takes a supermajority. So here's what we can do for you, Doug. Doug, here's what we can do. If you can get us a copy of your purchase documents and the covenants and also the bylaws, we can look at them or have someone look at them for you. We have more coming right up. Hang on, Betty. We'll be right back to you.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Leland Conway at 2, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag.
Smooth driving throughout the Denver Metro for those lunch hours. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. Northwest of there in the Jeffco area, I-76 westbound approaching Sheridan Boulevard. Road construction in the shoulder as crews continue to fill up a big pothole around the area. Stop and go traffic from Pecos Street for drivers and about 9 minutes of delays. Easy driving otherwise. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from the airport. I-225 north and southbound. No complaints for our friends in Aurora. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today, dry out there and hot with a high of 92 this afternoon, overnight low of 60 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 84. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan at 630 KHOW.
Wendy's Biggie Bag is still just $5. Get a double stack junior bacon cheeseburger or crispy chicken BLT plus 4-piece nugs, small fries, and a small drink. Grab your bag at Wendy's today. Includes choice of double stack JBC or crispy chicken BLT with 4-piece nugs, small drink, and fries. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Ideal Home Loans is still writing loans because people still have to buy, and they know that, and they're still here going strong for people in Colorado. They're for Colorado. They're mortgage bankers. They have the money. They're not just a broker. There are no middleman fees. Get the best service and the best rates all from Ideal Home Loans. And listen to this, they have a cash buyer program. So if you're out shopping for a home, they'll write a cash offer for you, a cash offer with no contingencies. If you are approved for their program, it's the cash buyer program. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. Zero Res Denver. You know what they have that I like? Nothing. What I mean by that is nothing but water. Nothing in the water. It's energized, super soft water. It's patented, and it cleans like crazy. They have a 3-step process for cleaning your carpets and making them look like new. And what I really love is that they not only look like new, they dry fast and stay clean longer. 303-471-5150. And did you know ZeroResDenver.com can do more than carpets? While they're there, they can actually clean your mattresses. Think about that. They can do area rugs. They can do pet odor treatment, granite cleaning, tile and grout. That's ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150.
Did you know that you do not?
Thanks.
You taking vacation this summer at all? Between now and Thanksgiving?
I have to take more time off. I really do.
What's the other one?
I really do. And I'm probably,
And ideal is 8138.
I'll send it to traffic.
Who is? Did you say? Oh, she's doing a lot of stuff like that. Yeah, but she does mostly. She does for.
Belarge, are you going to the Killers tomorrow?
Some.
I don't know. I'm thinking about it.
Really?
She's going to that 7 Peaks at North Bentley's Festival, and he goes up to the mountain.
When is that? Tomorrow?
Thursday.
Oh my gosh.
She has to leave Thursday morning for it.
Do
you get to go to that?
It's really cool.
Oh, yeah.
I'm putting this together for her. She wants to show this to kids.
Yeah.
What you call evolution. Let me find it right here. So this is
juggling family, kids, work.
So this is through the years. So this is like the most modern. Then we're going to go back in time. So that's her at Daily Blast. And then this is her as we go back in time. Watch us. Watch.
I'm a little surprised they played Ball Arena, or they're playing Ball Arena, because I don't think they can fill it. Honestly.
I was going to say, I think that's where they've been. The last
No,
few times that they've played here.
they haven't actually. No,
So-
I don't
so
think
we're
they've
doing
been. No,
this is
maybe
called,
one time.
I'm going to do a saying.
Because they usually play Red Rocks.
Polish comes with experience. Experience comes with time. As you go back in time. It's
B
because
Large.
these kids are all
Yes, they were,
discouraged
but it
because
got
they don't like the way they
canceled.
look.
Yes.
So that's what we're doing.
Yes. But I think this is their first time at Ball Arena.
Pepperdine.
Pepperdine College?
Yeah.
We've seen them at DU, up at that, what is that, Broomfield First Bank Place, Red Rocks, Fox Theater in Boulder.
All over.
You'll provide a painless neuropathy severity exam. No more $200 for just $27. Take action before your neuropathy gets worse. Call Dr. Dean Anderson at Point Range Medical at 720-823-0784.
That's 720-823-0784.
From the team who brought you Atlanta Monster and Up and Vanished comes the new true crime podcast, Le Monstre. In the 80s and 90s, Belgium was plagued by a real-life monster whose crimes are among the darkest in that country's history.
A psychopath is somebody who understands emotions. His whole being was a really deep and evil man.
Listen to Le Monstre. That's LEMONSTRE on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, Betty. What's going on, Betty? Betty?
Car dealership. Yes.
Yeah.
I have a problem with a Ford car dealership in Central Texas.
Okay, let's talk about it. What's going on with them?
Okay, I ordered a pickup in March of this year. And Ford allows you to track the progress of your vehicle from when it's going into production to when it leaves the plant and it's traveling to your site.
Right.
And then it arrives in a holding place somewhere by the train yards in San Antonio.
Okay.
The car dealership is about 20 minutes outside of San Antonio, and my pickup has been sitting at this railroad yard for a month now, and I've been calling and asking what's taking so long, why isn't it here, I need my pickup, I got the runaround, we don't know, we'll call. Finally they said it has a flat tire.
Oh, come on.
And I'm being honest, I've been calling.
When did you order this?
March.
Okay, well, that's not that bad. Okay, and by the way, why are you in Texas right now?
Yes.
Okay, and how far are you from this dealership?
I'm sitting in front of it right now. I drove about 2 hours over to this car dealership today to verbally confront them in person.
Okay, so what do they say they're going to do for you?
Well, they don't say much. That's the problem. It's gone from, well, we don't know, to, well, we've been calling the yard where the vehicles arrive, to, well, now they know it has a flat tire, but they can't do anything about it because that's Ford, and they're the dealership, which is Bluebonnet Ford in New Braunfels. And then it was, well, we've had somebody in our upline call Ford, but we haven't gotten a call back.
But what I don't understand is the unit is right there. It's already been delivered. Would they allow you to go get it?
No, because it hasn't been delivered to the dealership.
Have you paid for it yet?
I've put a deposit down.
Okay, so you didn't do a purchase agreement yet.
Well, yes, I assume that's part of doing the order.
Well, sometimes it is.
Can you have it towed to the dealership?
They won't let. Will they let you have it towed?
No, they won't release it because it has to go to the dealership to be delivered. And they can't go get it because it's just craziness. They won't release it because it's technically damaged because it has a flat tire. I mean, I've heard we've been calling. Now they know it has a flat tire, but they can't go over there because they're not Ford. They're the dealership. Then it was, we'll have to call an insurance adjuster to maybe go look at it.
It's a flat tire?
Exactly.
Are they that stupid? We have to have somebody call there. I can't even believe this is happening. Is Deputy Dollar there?
I can't either.
Suze, is Deputy Dollar still around?
Oh, yeah.
Can Deputy Dollar make sense of this? We got a Ford sitting, we got a truck sitting there this woman wants to buy. She's at the dealer. She wants to buy it. Come on. Or do we...
special order.
Maybe they sold it for more.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe they want her to...
I talked to my salesperson, who unfortunately is out on medical leave right now. I said, what is going on? Did they sell it? And he said, no, that dealership won't do that. Well,
good.
I don't know that they won't.
Maybe they want you to cancel it so they can sell it for more.
Well, he just said they won't. She just said they won't do that. That person that works there.
Well, if
I don't think. Listen, I don't know if they'd go through that hassle. You only order it in March. It's not that crazy. I mean, if it was...
the crazy part is the part that once it was delivered, it's sitting 20 minutes away.
Have you tried calling Ford? Have you tried calling Ford?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What do they tell you?
That place locked up like Fort Knox. You can't get any answers. And if you ask to go above the little girl who answers the phone, she can't. She has no numbers to give you. It's one of those, they kill you with kindness, but you get nowhere with
We can
Ford.
find a number somewhere. Hey, Suze, let's just for the heck of it see if Deputy Dollar can make hide or hair of this. I mean, come on, man. This is crazy. Hold on.
I know.
Okay, we're going to have somebody at least try to make some calls for you. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
Starting into downtown, I-25 northbound between Colfax and Spear, we're looking at speeds in the 50s and 60s. Might be some minor congestion due to the lunchtime hours. Up on the northwest end near Jeffco, I-76 westbound approaching Sheridan Boulevard. Road construction in the right shoulder. Still seeing some delays from earlier today with stop-and-go traffic back from Pecos and about 8 minutes of delays for drivers. And on the south end of town, Santa Fe southbound at Oxford. Looks like we've got an accident. No word on lane blockage, but we are seeing stop and go back from Hampton. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Mostly sunny skies today and hot out there with a high of 92. The current temperature is 86. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Summer days getting shorter and business to-do lists getting longer? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates, all in one place. Sponsor your first job and get hiring today by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
A 30-year line of credit, that is a big deal because it is a replacement for your mortgage. So let's say you're going out to buy a house or refi, and it's $400, $300, whatever, pick a number, $350. And now you decide you're not going to be there that long, just pay interest only. Your payments will be way lower than a normal mortgage. Let's say you want to stay there. You change your mind. You can put a lump sum down on that. Whatever you got. Let's say you came into some money. You can put 50 grand down. Now you only owe 300, right? You can pay interest only on that. You just paid down 50 grand. But now let's say you need the money. You can borrow it back. Let's say you even need more than the original 350. If your equity supports it, you take out more money. It is a liquid line of credit, 30 years. You get to choose what to pay, when to pay, how to pay. And every dime you put in the bank earns the same amount of interest, so it offsets your balance. Wow. Find out more about theliquidloan.com, theliquidloan.com, from Affordable Interest Mortgage. That's Affordable Interest Mortgage, 720-895-0500. All right, Genesis Total Exteriors. That says a lot. a contractor that does everything outside your house, from roofing, gutters, soffits, fascia, siding, including your stucco, and it also does windows and doors, fences, decks, outbuildings. Genesis Total Exteriors, a contractor you can trust. And this day, that's saying a big deal. Genesis, I've known him for 30 years. 303-679-8509. I've also known John Fuller now for years, myaccidentlawyer.co. He's my expert here on the show. If you hear from John, you know he cares. He is a sole practitioner. Now, that doesn't mean he's alone. He has a staff. He has paralegals and assistants, but he's a sole practitioner by design. He wants to handle each and every case. He'll talk to you about your case. He'll evaluate your case. He'll help you collect on your case. And you get a cell phone number and personalized attention. You're never just a number. Remember that. These firms with 60 and 70 attorneys, how can they help but treat you with a number? In fact, you do have a case number. At John Fuller, you have a name where everyone knows your name. John Fuller, Fuller Law. He's on our referral list at referralist.com. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
You wash your hands and brush your teeth.
Can I talk to Tommy? Can you hear me?
I gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of things. Troubleshooter show, please hold. Don't forget about Jordan Keanu.
Yeah.
Sitting on the line.
Gotcha.
I had a guy who I guess owns a couple dealerships. He wouldn't say what dealerships, but he says this is very common, and if we start barking at the dealer, they're probably going to give her money back and say see ya, so they can sell it for because she bought it pre-inflation, and says there is nothing that can be done, that it's something to do with where these vehicles are being held. The dealership has to go up a chain of command with some folks that own these yards to get it handled, and we're going to make her situation worse if we reach out to the dealer.
That's what I told Tom.
I don't think we'll make it worse. I don't think they dare do that once we reach out to them.
He says they are just as frustrated as the buyers, that the customers, the dealerships are. They're so frustrated. It happens all the time. Flat tires, out of gas, this, and that. So.
Okay.
Anyway, but I'll give the information over to Scott. He's going to start making some calls.
Oh, sure. And I think we can get through to Ford.
And line 4, I have no freaking idea what that's about.
Sounds like fun.
I'll let you make sense of it. Do you use the self-checkout at King's?
All
I do.
the time. All the time.
Yeah.
And you know what I say when they say how many, in Denver, they ask you how many bags would you like to buy? Do you know why?
I put 1.
Because they charge. So
Yeah.
I put 0 because I'm answering the question properly. How many bags would you like to buy? None.
I didn't know. Well, that's right. You're in Denver. We don't have all that down in Denver.
But that's what they ask. They don't ask how many bags are you using or did you use. They said how many bags would you like to buy, and I put none. Thank you. I don't want to buy any of them.
That's funny.
I don't know. I must have clicked on one thing.
That's what happened with me and Bulldogs. I swear to God it happened.
I must have clicked on one monkey video.
Something happened with me, yeah.
Same thing?
Yep.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19, then act fast. Authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if the oral treatment is right for you.
Troubleshooter show, what is your first name?
TreatCV19.com.
Robert, in a sentence or less, what did you want to talk about?
This is David Nestor, owner of Urban Lights, Denver's largest award-winning lighting showroom. Our locally owned and family-run business has been lighting Colorado homes for more than 40 years. Come and let our experts help you find your perfect lights during our big Labor Day sale going on now. Get 50% off MSRP on all lighting and home accent pieces. Choose from hundreds of trending styles, from mountain modern to uptown loft to vintage rustic and more. Shop our Denver and Colorado Springs stores or online at urbanlightsdenver.com today.
When things heat up,
This guy's a moron.
it's good to let cooler heads prevail.
I don't believe the Democrats are stupid, but I think they don't care.
And this is where to talk about it.
Listen to this noise.
If you're cool with it. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mike, what's going on? Mike, you want to talk about King Soopers? Let's talk.
All right.
Oh, it's my... Yeah, I got you. Go ahead. Yep.
Yes, Tom. On the King Soopers self-service checkout scanner, there are two buttons to the far left with symbols on them. And are you familiar with them? Do you know if I could press one of them to activate the screen where I could scan the Super card first and make the number show up on the screen?
Okay. If I go there all the time, and what I do, and it doesn't matter when you do it, you can always put your card number in, always, in the middle, at the end, whenever. And here's what you do. Do you know the pad where you pay?
Yes.
There's a screen on there.
Yeah, right.
Okay. And it says alternate ID.
Okay. When I push the button that says English, the screen fades away and it says help is on the way, and that happens every time, and I can't get the...
Well, hold on, man. Which King Soopers are you going to?
I go to 3 different ones.
But that never happens to me. On that pad where you pay, if you hit Alt-ID, just that one button, that's all you hit. Don't hit English. Hit Alt-ID. And it'll tell you to put in a phone number. And then you enter it with the green arrow button, the return button, and you're done. Then you start scanning.
Okay, I'm doing the Super card and cash only.
I understand that. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Just scan your card.
You don't need the card. Okay, the card sometimes a pain in the ass to scan. That's why if you put Alt-ID and put your phone number in, it's actually easier. That's all I'm saying. But you can scan your card if you want.
Okay. Do you know if those 2 buttons with symbols on them only are for use with a credit card only?
I don't know what buttons you're talking about with symbols
They're
only.
to the far left, and they both have symbols on them.
Hey, you're not there now, are you?
No.
Doggone it. I wish I could picture what you were saying.
Have you tried just scanning your card before you scan your goods?
Yes.
And what happens?
The screen fades away and says help is on the way.
What? Something.
If you're paying alcohol, maybe.
That is yeah. I don't know. There's something going on.
Well, what happens when help comes?
I don't know, man. Listen. I don't know what you're talking about. So unless somebody can call and let me know, maybe they're listening, we can walk you through it. But the easiest thing is to hit Alt-ID and put in your phone number and not screw with the cards. And I come by this with experience. More coming up.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their...
But why bother, man?
Well, no, but I'm saying, but if it says help is on the way, they're right there. They can explain to him what to do. Rather than, you're trying to tell him to do something that he doesn't understand.
I don't know why he doesn't understand.
But you know what I'm saying?
Troubleshooter show.
They'll explain to him what's going on.
Yeah.
For kids who apply are approved
and
are matched with a volunteer.
Okay, I'll tell him that. Thanks, Mike. Bye. I texted it to you, but it's 5.
Hey, John Mark, did you understand what I was
The guy that
asking?
called in and said don't call, was he from Colorado or Texas? Or do you know?
The guy that called in and what?
He said don't call Ford or the dealership, it'll make it worse.
He had dealerships in the Springs. It's my understanding.
Okay.
Oh, man. Oh. Please hold. Please hold. Oh, weird. Oh, well. Troubleshooter show. What is your first name? Did you say Tanya or Sonia? That's okay. Tanya, hi, in a sentence or less. What did you want to talk to Tom about on the show today?
ABC News. In the wake of the Supreme Court overturning
Okay.
Really?
Ew.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they have to stay home with each other. Right? I mean, if you're stuck in the house with somebody, then your faults really start coming out.
President Biden will deliver remarks in Pennsylvania focusing on ways to reduce gun violence, which includes discussions on more.
Okay. All right, Tanya, hang on. It does make sense. I'm going to see if my turn...
The last girlfriend I had...
Oh, goodness. Alrighty, hang on a minute.
Pre-COVID, moved in for a month, and we just couldn't deal with it.
Okay, let me get you in queue so I can start
she moved
reaching
in
out
for a
to our
month.
attorney who might be able to help advise on this
pre-COVID.
issue, okay? So you're going to listen through the phone, and when you hear your name, you're going to come on and tell Tom what's going on, okay? Great.
Both of us. It was like, this isn't working. What? Oh yeah, she moved to Georgia, to Atlanta, to be with her grandkid.
Da-da-da.
It was just, she wanted to do one thing, I wanted to do another. You know,
303.
just little things that get on your nerves.
303.
I think we moved in too early, which is part of the problem.
968. 4983. 968. Hi, Dan. Suzanne. Oop. Here with Tom Martino show.
Right.
Got time for a call.
No, I understand totally.
No one has to say anything or entertain, and we're totally cool, and she shows me stuff, and I show her stuff. And it's like, time goes by quick. And with other people, I always felt like when you're with someone, you're with someone, and it's a pressure.
Right.
Because the secret is being alone with someone is the best. That means that they integrate full.
Exactly.
And you don't feel like there's someone there.
Does Steph have kids?
She adopted.
Okay. Hey, Tom. Just a good heads up. The new wills and probate attorney is available in about 5 minutes to come on for line 1.
Excellent.
So how old is he now? Oh, okay. Yeah. Is he in Colorado? Oh, what company? What was that? Okay. That's great. And she gets along with your kids, I would imagine.
The McKinsey Law Firm.
It's a little kind of above me that she, like, was so hands-on now that she holds it against me. No, it's not like it's like
couple things in your way that have to do with accidents. I'm trying to pay it off for it because I'm a little too talking over handle right now. We might have a couple of them done to me. So road work is on us. There's Denver Cultural enclosures there.
But then you're gone for the whole weekend, right?
yeah, I mean that's actually that's a lot, but
That's just over 5 minutes. For Fox 31 pinpoint. Sunny and hot in the mid to lower 90s today. Mostly clear tonight. Down to tomorrow's like 2 hours and 93.
Well, I think it's
The
hard on everybody.
McKinsey Law Firm. The McKinseyFirm.com.
Right.
Is Tom using access line?
Yeah, I mean, that's really a tough situation.
Just release it at 2 when you're done. Jesse is
He loves to have it early for the Rockies games.
Open positions are now available across the organization for top talent seeking to develop transformational technology and push the edges of discovery. Visit rtx.com/risjobs.
Oh, that's really scary. Yeah, I think if the kids must have hated that.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, and I thank you for being here. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Hey, by the way, what's going on in your life, and what can we do for you? We ask that every single day. One of the things you could do for yourself is call Frank Duran in this crazy market of real estate and get an analysis of his of the market. He will tell you, based on actual statistics, based on activity, what your house will sell for. And he's pretty damn accurate. And it's free. No need to list. If you do list, you can't do better. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Now, let's talk, because this is what we do. We talk about your problems, questions, and complaints. Jordan Chiano is with us, and we have a question on retirement plans. Okay, so we talked about two plans that they offer: overfunding life insurance, it grows tax-free. We have another one where you get a guaranteed pension or income for life. And what I'd like to know, Jordan, have you ever had people who do both?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. I mean, that's the thing, is that both products, they're not to compete with each other. They basically complement each other. And so, just like you said, the pension account is really meant for income tomorrow. It's meant for retirement. That's strictly what it is. It'll give you a pension, a paycheck for the rest of your life. Whereas the Become the Banker program, I look at that more as an account to use today. Help pay off your debts, pay yourself back. Buy your vehicles, future purchases, home remodels. And yes, you can use it for retirement as well, for tax-free income, but it's something that you use today. You don't have to wait.
All right, I want to ask you something, Jordan. You bought a car with it, right?
Absolutely, yep.
All right, so you overfunded a life insurance policy, and you used the money to buy a car. You borrowed from yourself and paid it back, and when you paid it back, you paid yourself back interest. So I want to ask something. How long did it fester, did you contribute before you actually used it?
So my father started it when I was born. He started one on each one of my siblings and myself. And so
Got it.
I was 16 when I first used it. And so
Okay, how much was in there when you were 16?
Yeah, so it was right about, I think it was like 8,000 or 9,000 at that point. I think my father was about like $150 a month on each of us.
Okay, so he didn't put a hell of a lot in, but it grew and it sat there. And so it was a good savings account, let's say. So you borrowed it and you bought a car.
You got it. Yep, I bought a Jeep, 1999 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo.
Okay, now, you made payments back then to the account.
Uh-huh.
And what interest did you pay yourself?
I actually charged myself the same interest rate that the bank was going to charge me. And at that time, I believe it was going to be close to about 7%, 6%.
Okay, so then when you were done paying for the car, you had a car, and you had more money than if you paid the bank that same amount. How much now did you have in your account?
That's the beauty is at that point, at the end, because I paid it over 3 years, 2.5, 3 years. And so at age 19, just like I said, I had the money back in, and the account had grown to closer to almost 10,000 at that point. I think almost 11,000 is what I had, and I've been able to do that since then.
So in other words, you put an extra 2 or 3 in there just with interest.
Right, over those years.
And then did you contribute to it every month?
From that point on, it did, yes. So, so 150, I was in the transition of where my father was having me take over the payments and that.
Right.
So that's the whole idea. So, yes.
Now, when you have extra money, do you put extra money in it, or do you just pay a level payment?
Yes. The idea is to put extra money in there. And so now I'm able to do that. And then obviously at 19 or 20, you have that flexibility to do that if you can. And if you don't have flexibility, then you don't have to. So, but now
all right, I get it.
able to.
So now, do you have one account or do you have two?
Right now, I have one account.
Okay. Now, that account has grown over the years. What are you going to use it for next?
Well, since then, I've used it for down payments on my, my properties that I have now. I've used it for, since then, 2 or 3 different other vehicles. And so the idea is to continue to do that. I'm going to keep on using this to finance purchases and products, and then, build a second policy with.
So you
with
don't
more
use
cash.
you don't use credit because you don't have to. You use your own money and pay yourself as if it's a credit card.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, for the house, I got to use some credit because.
No, I understand that. So you used it for a down payment on your house.
Right. For the down payment on the house, you got it. But for the other stuff, you're spot on. For small purchases, for vacations, for vehicles.
Okay. So now you're making payments. So now you're making payments back to yourself for the down payment on your house, and you're paying your mortgage. Is that right?
Right.
Then how do you use it when your dad says get out of debt in 10 years, including the mortgage? How do you do that then with this? Wouldn't you have to contribute a hell of a lot more?
Not technically. So I mean, obviously that was one that was built when I was young. So the whole idea is when you have to get out of debt 9 years or less, we look at all of your debts, credit cards, vehicles, mortgages, and the whole idea when you have those overpayments that you're making on the debts, you need to use that on our program to kind of help build up that cash, and then you use it to snowball debt. You pay off each debt, pay yourself back, and the extra cash flow is what you're going to be using towards either paying the mortgage.
Okay, so you keep, if you're making assuming you're making all your monthly payments, you keep making the same amount of payment even though you're paying off debt.
Right. You just all you're doing is readdressing the checks. Instead of you paying exactly what you're doing right now, and that's what we do is you use your same budget, what you're paying out right now. All you do is change the checks, readdress it back to your policy, back to yourself, and then we pay off each debt.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Anyway,
yeah.
MyMoneyMyWay.com, 303-779-6600. Robert, what can we do for you, Robert?
Hey, Tom, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. What can we do for you?
Take you off speaker there. You helped me and Christopher, my son, get an apartment, about a year ago almost.
Yes, I remember. Yes, and your son plays violin, right?
Yes, he does.
And he wanted Christmas cards, and a bunch of people sent him cards. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. A bunch. It was like 55 people sent cards.
So what's going on now, bro?
Well, his birthday's coming up on the 13th, and he wants a new violin. So I saved up some money to buy him a violin for about $500. Where do you go to buy a violin? They could give me a
that's
violin
easy,
that's worth
man.
$100 as far as I know.
Like Guitar Center, Tom?
Well, hold on. Suze, that's not a bad idea, by the way. They'll have connections, but there's a place online that I used that is wonderful. Gosh, doggone, I'm trying to think the name. It's really an incredible store. I think, hold on, I got to figure it out. But there are a lot of good online music stores, by the way, just so you know. And I'll tell you,
I don't know I don't know one violin from another.
No. Well, of course.
That's
by the
point.
way, violins you can buy cheap or you can pay $1 million. I mean, obviously, you're looking for... Now, the violin he has... Here's what I want to tell you about the violin business. What violin does he have now? An acoustic violin?
No. It's a normal violin, but it's probably worth,
That means acoustic. It's an acoustic... Hold on.
Yeah.
It's an acoustic violin. It's a hollowed-out shell with strings, and it makes its own noise, right?
Right. Yep.
Okay. Let me tell you the good news about violins, in my opinion. You used to have a Stradivarius to sound like a Stradivarius. Now they have electronic violins that have the same action on the strings, but instead of being hollowed out wood, it's made from some polymer, and it's electronic. The sound is electronic, so you can make it sound like anything you want. Now, before you purists start holding up your nose at me, forget it. These are beautiful instruments. I'm thinking, I don't know how your son feels about it, but electric violins are the shiznits, man. They are good stuff. and they're way more reasonable. But I don't know how your son
the school
feels.
would allow him to do that, though.
What? Oh, because he's in the orchestra.
Right.
Ah, crap. You're right. They probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
That's too bad because they are so beautiful.
How about asking...
If you look at them, man, no, I'm serious. They are so beautiful, but I'm not going to try to talk you into it. What were you going to say, Doc?
How about asking the conductor of his orchestra for some tips?
Yeah, we did that. He gave us some tips, you know, about the violin. And I did find a place down in the spring where this guy makes his own violins. And, I mean, he actually went to school for it and what have you not. And I walked into the shop, and it's back in a cubby hole, and he has cellos and violins everywhere. And he makes
and he actually makes them?
He makes them, and he sells them for $12,000 a piece, the ones he makes.
Okay. I'll tell you, though, I found the place that I shop online. The place I shop online is Woodwinds and Brass, I believe it's called. And I'll tell you how I found it. I feel so bad about this. It's called Woodwind and Brasswind, but they sell violins. They're really reputable, but you're not going to get it for $500. Well, there are some $500. Here's the deal. I went one time looking for a trumpet. I was taking trumpet lessons. I had a wild hair. And by the way, I do have a Stradivarius trumpet. And I was looking at trumpets, and this woman says, now, she's a local store. They're wonderful people. And she says, now, of course, we can't compete with online stores like Woodwind and Brasswind. And I went, oh. And then she continued to show me, and I said, well, let me think about it. And guess what I did? I went online and looked up Woodwind and Brasswind, and I found it. And so I'm just saying that really they're right. They can't compete, not even close. They can't compete.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
I had a lady call. She had two suggestions. One is Flesher Hinton on Colfax, and then I guess there's several locations called Music and Arts. It's a great place to get them in town.
Okay, cool. That's very cool.
See, and
now,
I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are looking for guitars and bass and all kinds of instruments, and they're in my predicament. They really don't know what's what. You know?
No, you're right. That's where you need the trust of somebody. That's where you need someone who knows what they're doing.
Exactly.
If you were asking me about drums or guitars, I could help you. I can't help you with violins, except that I just got so hooked when I heard these new electric violins. Oh, my God, they're beautiful. And you can make them sound like anything. And, of course, no one in a school orchestra will allow that. I don't think, obviously. But there's a place that sells orchestra instruments, too, in Denver, and I'm trying to find it. But let me just ask you this, bro. Did you Google stuff to find, did you? Okay, there's one here.
Well,
okay, is it Kalakny? Is that how it's pronounced? They're in town here. They've been here for years. I believe it's...
I'm in the Springs,
Okay. You may have to come here, but anyway, Kalakny, is that how it's spelled, man? It's Kolacny, or Kolosny. How would you say it, Doc? Kalakny or Kolosny? Maybe soft C?
Kalakny.
Kalakny?
That's what I would pronounce it.
Anyway, when you say you live in the Springs, it's not going to cost much to do shopping in Denver unless they have them in the Springs.
Right.
But we'll wait and get some suggestions. Keep listening. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, listen, Tanya's got a question on will and probate. We'll come back to that and more coming up. 303-713-TALK.
Partners at the Colorado Business Roundtable. Sometimes we forget just how vital businesses are to our state. They're not simply brick and mortar. Businesses support our communities by providing jobs. They provide Coloradans with opportunities, valuable products and services. Businesses provide tax revenue, and they support and fund vital charities. Business is a force for good in Colorado, and we should never forget that. Learn more about the mission of the Colorado Business Roundtable. Go to cobrt.com. That's cobrt.com.
Affordable Interest Mortgage is proud to present the liquidloan.com. Here's what it is, a 30-year line of credit. So it buys the house or pays off the loan. If you have extra equity, you can borrow even more than the original amount, or you can pay it down again. And then you can pay interest only to keep your payments low, or you can make a level payment like a regular mortgage and pay it off quicker than any other mortgage, no matter what the interest rate. Also, if you decide to make a lump sum payment on principal, you can do that. And if you need the money, you can borrow it back. You're getting the picture. Borrow, pay back. Borrow, pay back. It's a liquid line of credit for 30 years. It's a wonderful product, and I urge you to find out about it, theliquidloan.com. And theliquidloan.com is available from, of course, affordable interest mortgage. Here's the number. It is 720-895-0500. Now, I'm going to give you another phone number where you can get a price for countertops. Whether they're stone or man-made, he does them all. His theory is this: I'll sell the materials at wholesale, I'll tear out and haul away free, and I'll do the bathroom vanity when you do the kitchen free. I'll just charge for fabrication and installation so I can get you a cost on the phone. Whatever the material is, call him. You'll be amazed at their prices. He's proud. He'll share them at theartofgranite.com. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. And while you're doing home improvements, if you need outside stucco repair, I do, or siding, or windows, maybe gutters, maybe roof, outbuildings, fences, painting, decks, Genesis Total Exteriors.com. By the way, if you ever need insurance work on all of that stuff, you can put it all on one invoice. You have somebody, like one person to contact. Genesis can handle it all. Now, Genesis also does solar, so you can ask about solar as well. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509.
Ready to sell your vehicle or perhaps upgrade to something sharper? The Sharpest Rides wants to buy your ride now, no matter the mileage.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
Electronic violins. God almighty. Nothing. See, that's the thing. I got electronic drums. Nothing sounds
say that
better.
again?
Nothing. Because they're true. They're perfect.
Kalakny.
Let me show you what they look like. Right.
Okay. You're...
First of all, they're space age, bro. Hold on.
Oh, Solakny.
They're so cool looking.
Okay.
Because the shape doesn't
I'm struggling
matter,
because I have no idea what you're talking about, so I can't even make a connection.
He can't use it for his school orchestra.
Okay, great. Thank you.
This is not bankruptcy or debt consolidation loan.
Some of them are actually weird.
Thank you so much. Bye. Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Joe, you said?
This one is $300.
Hi, Joe. Innocence or less. What did you want to talk to Tom about on the show today?
What does a regular violin cost?
$1,000 for a regular one.
Really?
I was thinking of that place. It's right on the corner downtown, isn't it?
Information. Call the accredited debt relief hotline now.
Oh.
I mean, that's
I have not seen that one.
Nothing like the old. I mean, I just think that's.
Okay, because I was thinking of the one that's on the corner, like on Main Street there. There's some sort of little music place or something.
You can make them sound like whatever you want. That's the point.
So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay,
the point is they'll look
like what are they called again? The one behind Burley?
So that looks like a regular violin.
CIO.
Yeah, not really. Look at it. That's what I love. God, they're so beautiful.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate that. And I've been at Burley more than one time. That's a nice little place too. But I've never seen that the CIO MIT. So okay, I will look that up for Tom. All right. Thank you so much. Bye. Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
Okay, here.
What's it called?
These are regular violins.
400.
Okay, Vaughn's.
2,000.
Wow.
You know, 895.
Man. Okay.
1100s. 579. They're just beautiful.
And those are
Okay.
regular ones, right?
All right, Vons, I will be sure to tell Tom. Thank you.
I think it's a hard instrument to play.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
You can't. You got to guess
Yeah.
for them. There's no
Steve, in a
fretting.
sentence or less. What did you want to talk
Look
to
at
Tom
this
about
thing,
on the show today?
289. This you can't be. You'll never get shit locally for like this for this price.
Hang on just a minute for me.
Dry as well. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
This Labor Day at Lowe's, buy one, get one 50% off. Select Sherwin-Williams paints and cabin exterior stains via rebate. Plus, Stainmasters wear and dent-resistant laminate flooring starts at $2.69 per square foot. Conditions and exclusions apply while supplies last. Offer valid through 9/7.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. So I'm looking online for violins, man. They have some really good ones from 500 and under, like at Woodwind and Brasswind. Now, obviously, you know, the more expensive, old-fashioned, beautiful ones, you know, we're not talking about that. We're talking about new instruments now. But because of technology, you know, a lot of technology is actually good for music. A lot of people don't think it is, but it is. It's good. And these electronic ones are just fabulous. But anyway, I digress. Steve's got a comment. Go ahead, Steve. What's your comment? Steve? What's your violin comment? Okay. Is he there? Steve?
He doesn't seem to be there, Tom.
All right.
I will say that I've got a couple of suggestions. One
Go
is
ahead.
called Colorado Institute of Musical Instrument Technology in Castle Rock.
Whoa.
Also, sharmusic.com. That's SHAR. Apparently, you can rent them, buy them. You can trade them in as your kid grows. They'll even put the money you've spent in the past towards the new. Sharmusic.com.
Wow. And listen to this. Listen to this. You know, Guitar Center has them, too. You know, and there are a lot of places, actually, that have music, you know, good stuff. These violins are so nice. Anyway, Shar, wow, what a good selection Shar has. Really good, with cases. And I'm just looking to see how much, let's see, violins. Oh, my God. They have the really good ones, my God. They have an $18,000 one. And they have an $8,000 one. Shoo! I was looking at stuff. They have stuff, too, in the 300s. They have 2,000. Man, they're all over the place. You know, people who make violins and make guitars and make things, they're very proud of what they do. But you have some really cheap ones, too. I wonder why one would be way more expensive than another. And there are some with a whole case. They have, a whole kit. They have the case, the bow, is that what you call it, the bow?
Yeah.
And you have the violin. And by the way, bows can be as expensive, if not more, than an instrument. It's really getting into something, you know. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Jordan, somebody wants to know on the debt consolidation. When you start out putting away a few $100 a month and you have debt, how do you pay off the debt with that only few $100 a month?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I mean, just like you're saying, I mean, we got to take each situation by case, you know. So when we meet with people, we like to see what they're paying on their debts and really what they're trying to get off. You know, their house paid off, their car paid off, that kind of stuff. So in my situation, when you go to the $200 or something like that, that was, again, a policy that my father started when I was born. So it's not like, I was in debt.
No, what I'm saying is if someone doesn't have a lump sum built up, it's hard for them to start paying off one debt at a time, right?
Well, essentially, yeah. You know, it's going to take a little bit of time to build some cash. So if they're doing $200 a month, you know, that's $2,400 at the end of the year. You know, so if they don't have a credit card that's within that range of paying off $1,000, $1,500, then you're right. You know, then you might have to wait a little bit to the second year to pay those debts off.
So really, what you need to do is just basically pay off what you can when you can first. but keep the same amount of money coming out of your paycheck to pay those bills, but instead of paying those bills, you now divert them to your plan.
Yeah, essentially, and like we mentioned on the last spot there, any extra cash that you're paying on those debts, that could be money that, obviously if you pay those debts off, the problem is you'll never see that money again, right? If you pay that with your savings, your cash. With at least the policy, if we can try to defer some of those extra overpayments and some of that extra money into the policy and still pay off, even if it's not the full debt at that time, but half of the debt or $800 in 6 months or whatever the case may be, then at least you can retain some of that cash, earning interest for the rest of your life. And that's what we do when we meet with people individually. We kind of look at that case by case.
So if you can shift your debt over to the life insurance fund, you can then fund that, which eventually comes back to you. And I understand what you're saying. So you try to pay off as much debt as possible, and you pay a minimum on the ones you're not paying off. Concentrate on the one you can pay off. Pay that off, and then go to the next one, and eventually you're going to be paying yourself back for this debt and interest, and that money will come back to you in retirement.
You got it. You'll have the money and debt-free, which is the best of both worlds.
Anyway, so Larry, he has a comment on violins. And tell me, is line one ready, Suze, or in a few minutes?
I think you should start her call.
Oh, okay. Larry, make your quick comment on this violin thing.
Well, I know that 45 years ago, my kids rented their instruments from Universal Music on 104th Avenue. They're still in business. They will sell you or rent you any quality of violin or any other instrument you want. And you can rent for a while and then purchase, or you can rent one and then purchase another. They're very flexible, and that business has been there for 60 years.
Holy crap, I'm looking at their website. They look wonderful. You're right. They have been there since 1960. So
that sounds about right. Now, a friend of mine's son had a very good violin that cost over $3,000, but they paid $12,000 for the bow. And they said the bow is mostly what affects the tone quality of the violin.
Golly, holy crap. Man, they have some good monthly rates for kids. This is a good Universal Music. Thank you so much, Thornton, Colorado. Okay, Tanya, what's happening with you, Tanya?
Hey, hi, Tom. Thanks
Hi.
for taking my call.
Yes?
So my daughter and her half-sister, which they are not even close at all, like friends or anything. So anyway, what happened is their grandmother had died, and after that, their biological father passed away.
Okay.
So the grandmother left money to their biological father. But since he had passed away, it was going to go to both girls.
Okay.
We didn't know anything about it at first, and the girl, the stepsister, half-sister, I'm sorry, went and took, all kinds of things, and stuff, and then made herself the PR. We eventually found out about all this, so my daughter went to Greeley and filled out all the forms.
Now, let me get this straight. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
The grandmother left money to her son, the biological dad of these two girls. Right. Okay. Right. Now, then one of the girls became the personal representative.
Correct.
Okay, so what's the problem with that?
Well, the problem with that is we didn't know about it at the time, but then when she got an attorney, we went ahead and agreed to everything. So the problem is the girl is, denied my daughter being a sibling and just did a bunch of bad things.
Okay,
and,
so they're both the daughter. Hold on. Is the other daughter saying there is only one daughter?
Well, we got that all straightened out. Everything's at the court and ready to go and get dispersed between the girls because we fought all of that and we got it all straightened out.
But
the attorney for the half-sister withdrew her case.
Why?
Well, she couldn't really tell us, but other than she
wait. She withdrew her. Hold on. She withdrew her representation or withdrew the case?
The attorney withdrew her case.
Does that mean she's still represented by this attorney, but they're not going to go to court?
I don't think so. She said it's over as of the 6th. She's done with the whole case.
Well, that means
My
is...
daughter called...
Tanya, I don't think you understand what's going on. I think the attorney's
That's what
quitting.
I'm trying to figure out.
The attorney's quitting.
Yes.
Okay, that's what's happening. So what? Can't the two girls settle this without an attorney?
No.
Why?
Unfortunately, they can't. My daughter.
How much money is involved here? How much money?
Well, it's $100 and some thousand. My daughter already let her take out $29,000 through the attorney and signed for it. So my daughter will get $56,000, and the other girl will get the remaining balance.
Then why do you need an attorney to do this?
Well, she went through an estate attorney. I have no idea, but she had went through one.
I get it, but that attorney is withdrawing. You know why the attorney's withdrawing? Because there's no money in it. So the girls have already agreed to split the money. Is that right?
Right.
So now what are you asking? How do you do it?
That the money goes to the PR, which is the girl, the half sister. Is she responsible to give it to us?
And by the way,
to my daughter?
By the way, they're all half sisters. It depends on what it was.
What I mean.
Okay, what I mean is this.
Is she responsible to give that to my daughter?
Look,
or does the
if
court
there was
give it
no
to my daughter, or where does this
Tanya,
money come from?
if you pause, you're asking questions like a machine gun, and let me just tell you. Here is what happens. The grandmother left it to the son. Did the son have a will?
No.
If the son did not have a will, it goes to the son's wife. Does he have a wife?
No.
Okay. If he doesn't have a wife, it goes to his children. Does he have more than those two?
Just those two.
Then they have to split it.
Correct.
So what is your question?
I understand all of that, but so the attorney was supposed to split it and disperse checks to both girls.
That's right.
But now that the attorney's withdrawn
the attorney
from the case,
quit.
Tom, who sends the money out? Is
Okay.
What she's trying to
First
figure
of
out.
all, either one of you, either one of the half-sisters or the girls, just say his daughters, either one of his daughters can petition the court for their share. But it's best if they both, it's best if they both agree on an attorney on an hourly basis to simply dispose of the estate, because your daughters probably don't know how. Okay?
Well, and I understand that, but what happens with the attorney that withdrew from...
Nothing. What do you mean? I don't even understand what you mean. What happens? What do you mean? What happens? Nothing.
Well,
They withdrew.
So when she withdrew, do we just straight go through the court now?
Okay. You can
let's start
directly listen, Tanya. You can directly the daughters. They can directly go to the court, but they don't know how. I would recommend that both girls get one attorney, since it's not of dispute. It is a 50-50 split. So, and the one already got money, and she's not denying it, right?
Right.
Okay. So if they both can agree on an attorney, you pay an attorney an hourly rate to simply petition the courts to release the money in both names. Where's the money being held right now?
Well, I'm assuming it's being held with the my daughter's half-sister's attorney.
Well, you don't know that. It could be that by the way, there's nothing to prevent that other sister from getting it all and spending it.
I know. That's what we're worried about.
Well, it could have happened already. It could be why the attorney withdrew. The attorney could have withdrawn because they suspected fraud. I have to take a break, but here, we're going to try to get an attorney on. But the bottom line is this. Your daughter needs an attorney to petition the courts for her money. If they find out the money's missing, then they have to get a judgment against the other sister. That's the short answer. More coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Couple things in your way this afternoon. An accident southbound Santa Fe at Oxford. This is in the Littleton area. Looks to be in the cleanup stages now. Just slow speeds on that stretch. Another wreck, Fitzsimmons Parkway and 17th. Slow speeds there from Montview. And in Adams County, westbound I-76 approaching Sheridan. There's road work on the shoulder. It's stop and go from Pecos and adding about 5 minutes onto your commute. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Sunny, hanging out in the mid to lower 90s today. Mostly clear tonight, down to 62. Tomorrow, slight chance of afternoon showers, 93. Thursday, sunny and mid to lower 90s. Right now, it's 89. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Shop Labor Day savings at Lowe's. Ego leaf blowers start at $199, are battery-powered and provide optimal performance. Plus, save $50 on a Char-Broil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill, now $299. Grill offer valid through 9/7 while supplies last.
American restoration, it's an important thing to know, because if you have a fire, a flood, any kind of property damage, you need professional help that will do it the right way. American Restoration is that company. Don't be fooled by insurance companies who push bad companies or bad restoration companies, and there are a ton of them out there, like carpet cleaners masquerading as restoration companies. If your insurance pays once and they're not going to pay again, you're stuck with a mess. So get the right company up front, and that's American Restoration 24/7. Now listen to this. They have all the EPA certifications, and they know what it takes to mediate dangerous substances like black mold, asbestos, or anything else, and to rebuild to the extent you want them to. Find them at 8337-AM-REST. That's their number, 8337-AM-REST, or online at amrest247.com. Sheridan Auto Tech is a great company. I love the way they do business. Friendly, family-like. Preventive maintenance or major maintenance and repairs or electrical issues, they have it all. What they have is convenience and value, knowledge, experience, honesty, all of the things you want in an auto repair facility in 2 locations, Lakewood and Aurora. Look them up, SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. Ideal Home Loans is doing a cash buyer program for you. If you qualify, they'll put in a cash offer for you, and it's a cash offer with no contingencies. If you're serious about buying a house, Ideal is serious about helping you with the cash buyer program. Find out more about it. They also are doing refis for people refinancing high-interest debt. They're here for you. If you're looking to buy, call Ideal Home Loans. They're still here, still strong, still local. They didn't abandon you like other mortgage companies have flew the coop since the rates have ticked up a little. Not ideal. And they have the interest rate guarantee, so if rates go down after you buy or refi, they will refinance you free of charge. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000.
Are you thinking about selling your...
Al, hang on. Sorry, Al. Sorry, hang on.
Skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and go straight.
Am I able to talk to Tommy? Hey, Tommy? Tom?
Men didn't want to date women who had a bigger title or made more than them.
Maximize your earnings on your old home and minimize the stress of selling.
Yeah.
You need to try
I'd marry her in a heartbeat.
The McKinsey Law Firm.
Yeah. But they said when it came to professionals, it didn't matter because someone could be, like I was dating a girl who was the president of First Data.
578-2745.
There's no comparison between a professional and someone in business.
578-2745.
I was thrilled with her.
Tom, are you there?
No, he's not. Can I help you?
I just need him to know that new attorney's on the line for the call.
All right, I'll tell him.
Attorney's harder to get on the sign the paperwork.
They can be.
Yeah.
I think it's more of just, trying to get things done real quick.
Yeah. Is this the guy that Mike Harris recommends now?
Yeah. That's because Blake's changing.
I know.
There's a better way. One Range Medical Center can help. Peripheral neuropathy is a result of damage to the nerves causing burning, weakness, pain, numbness, tingling, and debilitating balance problems. One Range Medical Center can relieve you from neuropathy with no injections and no drugs. Using the newest, most advanced treatment, you can start feeling relief in only a few sessions. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at One Range Medical now for a consultation and exam to see if your neuropathy can be treated. We'll provide a painless neuropathy severity exam, $1,200 for just $27. Take action before your neuropathy gets worse. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784.
The Oak Ridge Boys Front Porch Singing Tour. The legendary Oak Ridge Boys. August 31st at the Paramount Theater. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. The Oak Ridge Boys Front Porch Singing Tour. Produced by Emporium Presents.
Deck Superstore. Deck building supply. More inventory in better condition. DeckSuperstore.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Silverleaf Mortgage, by the way, for your reverse loans. You know this is a touchy time, but interest rates don't really affect reverse loans if you need them, especially if you need to get out from under your mortgage payment or you need an emergency line of credit. Now, they do eat up your equity, but some people say, what the hell, I want to live off it tax-free. What difference does it make? And some families want you to do that if you're a senior. 720-REVERSE to find out more. 720-REVERSE. SilverleafMortgage.com. All right, so we're talking to a woman who had questions about her daughter. I want to sum it up for Dan McKenzie. I won't make him sit through this whole question and answer thing. Dan is an estate planning attorney, probate attorney, elder law, all of that stuff that we need. I call it eventual law, required law. As you guys know, Blake Harris is also an expert of ours. And he's moving into trusts and more stuff like that and structured things. And Dan is highly qualified and recommended for our state law. And Dan McKenzie is with the McKenzie Law Firm downtown. I'll give you a number in a second. But Dan, I want to sum this up. Okay, so a woman leaves roughly $100,000 to her son. Her son's dead. Her son did not have a will. Her son has 2 daughters, the son. Now, so this father now doesn't have a will, and he's inherited $100,000.
No wife.
And no wife. He's single, no wife, no other kids, 2 daughters. Okay. Now, what happens to that money? Probate was opened. Does one sister have to compel another to get half? Or is it automatic? How does that work, Dan?
No, that's passing under the laws of intestacy when there's no will. That just means there's no will, and we're going to follow the state law. And the state law just says that if you don't have a will, the first person to inherit would be a spouse if you have one, and if you don't, then we're going to go to kids, and it's going to be in equal shares. And so she doesn't need to assert any claim or do anything to be entitled to receive that money, but somebody has to pursue a process. They have to get the money. They have to make sure that creditors are correctly notified, the creditors of the deceased dad, and given a chance if we're close enough to his death for that to be necessary. And then once that process is done, all the bills are paid, we are sure taxes are filed correctly, then distributions are made. This is all handled by a personal representative who should be appointed by the court, and it could be one of them, depending on their situation. So it sounded
now,
like
when you say taxes, I want to make it clear, in most cases in America, there's no actual inheritance tax under a certain amount. I don't want to get technical, but when you say taxes, you mean if that individual had income taxes due, they'd have to pay those?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, the
Okay.
deceased person. Yep.
Right. Now, quick question here, and unfortunately, we are so running out of time. I got to take this quick break, but when I come back, I'm going to ask about basically how they file this. Can they both use the same attorney for the estate? If that's a quick yes or no, Dan. Can they both use the same attorney if they're not in conflict? Okay,
yes,
I think. Okay, and then the next quick question, if they're not in conflict, they can use the same attorney. What if one sister snuck money out without telling the other? Can the court compel them to give it back?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, all right. Listen, we're in a hurry.
Ask something real quick?
Yeah, you can after this. Ask the question to Suze. Okay. We'll get it right after this.
Okay.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Couple things in your way this afternoon. This accident southbound Santa Fe at Oxford looks to be in the cleanup stages now. Just some slow speeds as you make your way past it. And another wreck, Fitzsimmons Parkway and 17th. Slow speeds from Montview there. And in Adams County, westbound I-76 approaching Sheridan. There's road work on the shoulder. It's stop and go from Pecos and adding about 5 minutes onto your drive time right now. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny and hanging out in the mid to lower 90s today. Mostly clear tonight, down to 62. Tomorrow, slight chance of afternoon showers and 93. Thursday, sunny and 94. Right now, it's 88. With your impact traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Shop Labor Day savings at Lowe's. Ego leaf blowers start at $199, are battery-powered and provide optimal performance. Plus, save $50 on a Char-Broil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill, now $299. Grill offer valid through 9/7 while supplies last.
Affordable interest mortgage. And the 30-year line of credit is called theliquidloan.com. How does it work? You buy or pay off your mortgage, you refi, whatever it is. Then you have a line of credit for 30 years, and you can pay it down. You can borrow it up. You can do whatever you need to survive. You can pay interest only. You can pay principal. You can pay any amount of principal. You can borrow it back. The bottom line is this: you're in full control. And every dime you keep in the bank for normal bills with the same bank pays the same amount of interest, which literally offsets your balance. So if you had a lot of money in the bank, it's like you don't have a mortgage. The bottom line is this: the liquid loan is flexible, and affordable interest mortgage can answer all of your questions. Theliquidloan.com. Affordable interest mortgage, 720-895-0500. 720-895-0500. So, we talk about estate planning all the time on this show, and if you're interested, Blake Harris Law is one of the experts we call at 833-ASK-BLAKE. The questions and answers are free. He will quote you flat rates for doing everything you need, and you can even do it remotely. That's 833-ASK-BLAKE. If you need floors, you want to save money, right? But you want a great job. You want the same products of the big box stores, quality, but you want to pay less, then you go to simplyfloorsinc.com. They come to you. simplyfloorsinc.com. They'll come to you, and they have design consultants to help you in each and every instance, plus better installers and better financing. Up to 40% savings. simplyfloorsinc.com.
You wash your hands and brush your teeth, but what about your nose? How do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, dirt, and germs, and it's why nose cleaning is the next evolution in daily personal hygiene. People try Navage for lots of reasons: sinusitis, allergies, snoring, things that make it hard to breathe through your nose. But over time, they also find that cleaning their nose makes them feel better, a lot better. Nearly 3 million Navage users have written more than 100,000 reviews, averaging 4.7 stars, saying things like, "Best product I've ever used," and "Amazing, I love my Navage." That's because Navage helps you breathe better, sleep deeper, and snore less. But the biggest payoff is improved health. Here's the key point: Navage is good personal hygiene, and it's going to help you stay healthier. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Bigger is not always better. With car accidents, I don't want a giant firm where I'm just a number. That's why I use John Fuller as my accident lawyer on my radio show. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I know you don't want to be just a number either. So call John Fuller, and you'll notice the difference right away. John handles each and every case personally. You get his personal cell phone number and attention. Let my accident lawyer be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co for Colorado. myaccidentlawyer.co. Get free evaluation of your case, and if you choose Fuller Law, you only pay a small fee when you win. John believes each and every client is important, not just the giant cases. He knows you need answers, you need advice, you need action. Don't wait in line. myaccidentlawyer.co, where you're not just a number. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
Ad paid for by USA Veteran Law Group. Attention Marines, if you or a loved one lived or worked at Camp Lejeune for more than 30 days between 1953 and 1988, you were exposed to drinking water contaminated with benzene and other highly carcinogenic chemicals, causing those exposed to develop devastating health conditions. You may qualify for significant compensation if you have been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, bladder, kidney, or liver cancer, or other serious health conditions. Get justice. Call 844-982-0001 or visit USAVeteranLawGroup.com.
Angie's List is now Angie, your home for everything home. With Angie, you could cross your next project off your to-do list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, and we'll handle the rest. Sending a top pro to get it done. Or browse reviews, compare quotes from pros, and connect instantly. All for free. For everything from routine maintenance to a dream remodel. Because however you want your project done, we'll get it done. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Are you thinking about selling your home? With Orchard, you can skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and go straight to getting an all-cash offer. It's simple. Once Orchard determines your home value, they make you a cash offer. Then, when Orchard sells your home for more than they paid you for it, you keep all the profit. If you're ready to maximize your earnings on your old home and minimize the stress of selling it, you need to try Orchard. Visit Orchard.com and see how you can get an all-cash offer today. Orchard, it's the new way to home.
Hey, it's Joe Pags. Coming up, a senior FBI official steps down amid criticism over how he handled the Hunter Biden laptop. Also, Ted Poe on the border and the economy. Plus, we'll have the director and the star of the new movie My Son Hunter on the Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
I'm Tom Martino. I want to remind everyone that MyMoneyMyWay.com, 303-779-6600. We're going to answer some more estate questions tomorrow, okay? And we'll get back on this person who had a question. But bottom line is this. Don't ever try to do probate or estates without an attorney. It's better if you all get along, obviously. Then you're not going to be eating up the estate with a public trustee or adversarial actions. So just remember that. Please call the number, 303-MARTINO, at any time, and we'll line you up for the show so you don't have to try to get through and stay on hold. That's 303-627-8466. Save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino.
And stay connected with all of us
at 630 KHOW.
KHOW.com.
And on the iHeartRadio app.